Okay. Catholic. All right. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Clerk Bajot, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon.
Present.
Mayor Brown.
Present.
Councilmember Fellows. Here. Councilmember Tucson.
Present.
Councilmember Simmons. Is not here. Councilmember McLean.
Here.
Councilmember King.
Present.
We have a quorum.
All right. Give folks a moment to prepare. So don't.
Know if the other two are coming?
I was gonna say I would move to excuse. It's my understanding that they're coming.
I would support that.
There's been a motion by Councilmember King, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. I'll entertain a motion for agenda approval.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember McLean. Any updates or changes to the agenda? All in favor of the agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
I just had a clarification that there is a resolution listed that is not actually in the packet.
Well,
I would move to take that to the next agenda. Resolution D did not appear. There were supporting materials for a different matter attached to that, but there was no resolution. Not in the one that I saw.
wait,
Pardon me, the Penn Dam item?
No. D, the
Change order.
nope.
In there.
no, you mean 120?
Moratorium.
Yep.
Yes, it was emailed to you and it was added late.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was.
never mind.
We were waiting on wording.
Got it.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Okay, so we are at public comment. All right, members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address council. I will start with those who signed up and then move to those in the, thank you. In the room, we'll go in increments of 10 if we get to that number of in person and then online. When I call your name, if you could please approach the podium as you're able, and state your name and address for the record if you feel comfortable. Kelly Edmonds. Good evening.
There it is.
Oh, I'm not sure if this is the correct place or time to do this, but I am a resident of Ypsilanti. I live down the street at 108 Washtenaw. I have a landlord-tenant issue and I've approached the city enforcement. My neighbors have been doing it. They protested last year. We've reached out to public health. I've been up since 3 o'clock in the morning. I got bit by bed bugs. I don't even have a date from the my landlord as to even when that will be treated. There's a bad cockroach infestation. I've lived there almost a year. I signed a lease with MTH Management initially, and then it switched over to Red Shield Rentals in January of 2026. But Ian Greenlee has been the owner the entire time. I've spoken with Ian. I have it on video. I've spoken with Katie, and I have mentioned that, that it's a bad infestation, and perhaps they should spray the entire building at one time, because what they're doing is sending pest control for 4 units out of 35. And I've had to call off work today. I'm worried about bringing an infestation to my job. I work with seniors. I don't want to do that. I asked them for my time off that I've had to, compensate me for that. I really just want a safe place to live, honestly, and sleep. And I don't know what else to do. And I know that we've had a lot of paperwork, neighbors from previously. We've been reaching out, and we just need some help.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry that you're experiencing that. Andrew. Is it possible to get her information so we can follow up? I don't know. She said she spoke with code enforcement, but just to get additional information so that we can.
Actually, from your email this afternoon, when you did the contact form, I'll email you some.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Thank
we'll follow
you.
up with you. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like? Oh, yeah, please. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kat Leighton, City of Ypsilanti resident, Ward 3. I've been in front of you guys many times before on this issue. In fact, I even joined the Human Relations Commission because of this issue. But Mayor Brown, you were part of this amazing push back in 2020 to try to protect people with felony and misdemeanor records in the city from discrimination. However, I think I've said this before, it says, unless there is a direct relationship between the conviction offense and the housing, the job, the opportunity, or unless hiring or accepting the person would create an unreasonable risk to property or safety, menaces peace and public welfare. Sovereignty cannot be caged and never can be silenced. And it's really funny that when no one can speak ill of your character, the next thing, or your actions, the next thing that they want to try to annihilate is your character, or maybe even your perception of truth. And I want to talk to you guys about a neighbor that I had named CG. He lived across the street from me in a house for men on parole, Department of Corrections home. I got really close with CG in 2020, the same year that law was passed. I know that the city attorney wrote that law on y'all's behalf and didn't actually define the words direct relationship or even unreasonable risk. So that those two strong words that were never had proper defining actually allowed people like landlords and employers to continue to discriminate against people with felony and misdemeanor records. And before I moved here around 10 years ago, I saw all these stickers around town that said there was a landlord that was called a slumlord. That landlord actually ended up being one of the only landlords in the town that would allow people with felony and misdemeanor records to actually rent from them. And so it's really wild to observe and witness the things that people will say and do when they can't meet themselves with the level of authenticity or truth because their egos are too fragile. But it's actually worse to see the ways that they try to ensure others see through the same distorted lens that keeps their fragile egos safe and intact. So CG was my neighbor, and because he couldn't find anywhere to live in this town, he was being denied of places to live. And again, the only place a lot of people get funneled into is a person that people consider a slumlord. Many people who have filed complaints, some that are never really enforced. A large proponent of the city's renters make up with this individual. And so CG actually ended up being murdered because he had to go back home to his hometown in Flint. And there was, unfortunately, some old history caught up to him. And so I just ask that you please reconsider that as part of the CBO with Avalon.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Council. My name is Paul Schreiber. I live at 922 Pleasant Drive in Ward 1. I'd just like to quickly thank you for your support of the Penn Dam Stabilization Project, in particular the Edison Power Plant, and hope you'll continue to support that. That's a piece of historic architecture that's, again, part of our city, part of our history, and it will be seen, it'll be known for generations if you support it and if you protect it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Please go. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I also appreciate the Penn Dam preservation. So thanks for that. I assume you'll be supporting that this evening. I appreciate the recognition of the month of June and the flags being held in the window. I am interested in the Civic Duty Education Day. As you have seen, I enjoy participating civically. And so I'm interested in what that'll look like and hope that it is the beginning of an increased education and civic engagement broadly in the city. I hope that you will be supporting the resolution supporting Yucca's moratorium this evening. Continued united opposition towards data centers, ICE, and the surveillance state as a intertwined issue are deeply important to us moving forward in resisting national fascism. And I hope that we will continue as a community in Ypsi and with our other partnering communities in Washtenaw County to make those priorities clear. That's mostly it for tonight. Thank you.
I know you had your hand up as well. Yes. Good evening.
I come tonight with a lot of concerns, but time would not permit me to tell you all my concerns. I might be the only one that come to this council to support my Ypsilanti Police Department and my Ypsilanti Police Chief, Tim Anderson. But it must be understood it only took one person to go to the Supreme Court and ask that prayer be taken out of schools, and it was granted. So I'm asking the council tonight to give kudos to the Ypsilanti Police Department and the police chief, because when you give kudos, you build people up. But when we use the term in martial arts, when you use judos, you knock people down. So I think the kudos would be more acceptable to that department than the judos would. We don't want to lose a police department. Every city needs their own police department, and it seems to me the way things are going now, it's a possibility that we might lose it. We just might lose it, and then we'll have the county that comes in to take care of us, has been threatened many years ago to do that, and then we will really suffer from a lot of things. I know you will suffer with a whole lot of lawsuits that you do not need if that kind of thing would take place. So I'm asking you guys, add to his budget, don't take it away. Because if any of you out there, as much as I be out there, you'll see the great job that the police department is doing in the city of Ypsilanti. Reason I'm out there so much because I monitor the police department and I know where they are. I know when things are happening, and I can go take a 15-foot back seat and see what's happening. So if any of you guys were, probably doing the same thing, that you would probably feel the same way I do. And my council folks, I can disrespect you all out here on this floor, but your counterparts up here has no right to disrespect you. I've seen so many censors in this council chamber from council folks disrespecting other council people, and they've been censored for it. So you all know what to do. The attorney can tell you what to do, and you guys should do it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council at this time for public comment? Anybody on Zoom? Clerk Woodrow?
Yes, I have two. Trisha Duckworth is first.
Thank you.
Good
Good
evening,
evening.
Council. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Of course, everyone knows my
Trisha,
name
I'm
is
sorry, can
Trisha.
you start? Trisha,
Huh?
is there possible to turn up your volume a little bit?
Let's
Oh, you're
see.
good now. You're good. You're good. You're good. Sorry.
Oh,
You're good.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm just talking a little low just because I'm just disappointed. and feeling real heavy right now. But anyways, as one of the organizers of the Ypsilanti Juneteenth celebration, I come before you tonight deeply concerned, disappointed, and honestly heartbroken over the continued barriers being placed in front of our community's Juneteenth celebration. For 6 years, we have worked tirelessly to build something meaningful for the city and abroad. We've brought families together. As a matter of fact, there's a family that comes here every year from Saginaw and even outside of Michigan to have their family reunion right here in our city. We supported local businesses and vendors, created cultural pride, provided educational opportunities, and celebrated Black history and liberation in a city that often says it values diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yet every single year, there seems to be another obstacle, another rule, another restriction, another barrier placed in front of us. We were forced from our original celebration space, right? After decisions and resolutions were passed through without true collaboration or agreement from us as organizers. We were told conversations happened that did not happen in a way that were represented. Then came to additional restrictions banning events from city parking lots, despite other groups still being able to utilize similar spaces. Other groups, meaning even the veterans group, that still utilizes city parking lots. From our perspective, that unequal treatment feels discriminatory, and it is impossible to ignore the racial implications connected to how Juneteenth continues to be treated. Now, after maybe 2 years of being displaced, we are trying to launch Ypsilanti's first Juneteenth parade, something that should be a proud moment for the city. But instead of support, we are being met with a proposed $65,000 police services cost and a parade route so small that it seems to undermine the significance of what the parade represents. An example, starting at Messiah's Temple Church, walking down the street, Adam Street, into the Fair Street parking lot, that is not a parade. That is a mockery. And it is a shame that anybody would have proposed something like that, especially when we're broadly promoting widely to many different areas that we are having a parade. That was embarrassing. Juneteenth is not about another festival. It's a celebration of freedom delayed. It's a sacred history for African Americans. And the message being received right now is that our celebration is burdensome rather than valuable. We're asking City Council, please, to truly examine what partnership looks like. You all have been great at that and have been great partners.
Okay. I'm sorry, your time's up. I tried to give you a little extra because I interrupted in the beginning, but your time is up. I apologize.
I appreciate that. Please get some reins on Andrew Halenga because what he's doing is not right.
Thank you, Trisha. All right, the next person online.
Caduce?
Good evening.
Good evening. I wanted to talk to you today about a couple of items. My name is Caduce. I'm a Ward 3 resident. First is about the budget conversations. I want to first express my appreciation to City Manager and all the directors and staff for the work they've done to make these conversations more accessible to the public. I particularly found the first presentation that Finance Director Basabika gave us about all the various funds, especially the general fund and the function and health of these funds. Learning about, for instance, how much our property taxes actually stay in the city, where our general fund money goes. That's all critical information for the public, and seeing the effort that staff put into creating that transparency has left me feeling more engaged and more interested in playing an active role. So thank you for that. Last week's presentations where department heads gave their budget asks for the coming years, I think those could use a bit more structure, to be honest. Some, like the fire department, gave some breakdown, like here's our fire suppression expenses for the coming year and how they're changing from last year. But the presentation from the police chief gave no details about the expenses for the coming year and how those were changing year over year. There was just a comment that it wasn't changing from last year. And it was only during Q&A that we learned that overtime was 471,000 in actual 2025, and it's already 323K so far this year. In the context of the conversation of how our general fund balance will be down 60% by the end of fiscal year 27-28 compared to what we started with this fiscal year, and knowing that the police department is the largest costing department to the general fund, I would expect more detail and more transparency from this department about how money is being spent and what the plans are for reducing these large overtime bills. In general, I think there needs to be some clear structure and templates for all department heads. What are the expense breakdowns for next year? How are they growing year over year? What's going on with staffing? What are some highlights, 2 to 3 expense items, etc. Could these meetings happen during regular meetings? Having special meetings makes these conversations feel very hurried, and I think we could all benefit from more time to digest everything. I also wanted to express my gratitude to the Planning Commission for their work for Ordinance 1465. We need more harm reduction services in the city, and having the right definitions in our code of ordinances is a step in that direction. I was happy to see the Planning Commission approve the language unanimously. Lastly, I wanted to inquire about the Reuben Peeler situation. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw some social media posts saying that the city manager and maybe the mayor would hold a press conference to discuss that situation. What were the outcomes there? Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Oh, one time. Is there anyone else?
Yes, one more. Cornelius W.
Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Corin Williams, Ypsi Township. I'm actually just on this to comment on the ordinance section today, but I was pretty moved by what Trichet had to say because I think it is kind of reflective of a pattern that has been ongoing since council was made aware of staff's obstructions to attempts to move YPAC and HRC towards more equitable policies for the city of Ypsi. And I don't think that that has anything to do with council. I think that that is, kind of consistently proven to be misalignment with what council proposes as values and the principles expressed in the actions of staff. And I don't know if that's like intentionally undermining, but what I believe Trichet was pointing out was that it really comes off that way, especially when we have a majority Black council and we're still very much dealing with marginalization, culturally as Black folks. And so to feel that coming from staff when we have initiatives that are meant to support, the Black community in Ypsilanti, it does just kind of lead to a lot of questions. And so I do want to uplift, what Trichet had to say. And also, just to remind folks that there has been, this kind of consistent proposed value set from council and then actions from staff that is significantly misaligned. And I think we are going to see that again, coming up in this ordinance reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No other hands online.
Good evening.
How y'all doing? Deron Witherspoon Senior. Just want to say thank y'all for doing y'all do it all the time as usual. I didn't see a few of the residents from Ward 1 that said they was gonna be here, but I did tell them I'll speak on their behalf one way or the other. This is no reflection of nobody in general. Just a few observations from a few people asked to ask you guys who led at the like I guess when they was looking for somebody on the south side recently. Um, they had like the project surrounded a lot of ways, and one of the residents said that this was the first time in almost 10 years that they got a newsletter that it was an active shooter type situation going on, and they wanted to know is that because the county led the like I guess apprehension or whatever or something in that nature, and a few residents from the surrounding neighborhood said that they would like to be more inclined to getting those kind of notifications as well, because there's been previous times where shots was fired or something coming from the projects, and then it's hit the outside neighborhood. So they want to be more informed about if it's an active shooter situation. Some of the residents said their grandkids was out in the front yard and they didn't even know there was a scenario going on within danger distance, basically. Um, Another situation I wanted to ask y'all about was the situation over there with Mrs. Simmons is at on Bell Street. I brought that to y'all a few months ago, like almost a year ago, kind of, when I got abreast of the situation with the coyotes and stuff and the natural habitat being disturbed. But recently on social media, there was a situation by Mrs. Simmons' house where she was um, burglarized or something like that. And she was gracious enough to give the city and whoever else to New Year's of last year to get those people off her backyard with that encampment. And now it's coming around the summertime and the bike was stolen from her house. So it's like, I just want to know how we can help Miss Simmons get that situation, looked at. I don't want her to think she's alone or something like that, because that is kind of. But off of that, year 3 of my organization was May 16th. It's our 3rd year in my organization. And to let y'all know, my youth advocates are on the move, so they may be coming to see y'all because of their literary legends curriculum. They are um, going to introduce themselves to all levels of people, from city leaders to hopefully foreign dignitaries in the royal court. So, well, we all will be undertaking that. A few of my advocates have got their driver's license, work permits. They're going to work, getting their business off. So I love for them to see y'all soon. And that's about it.
Thank you. Congrats on 3 years. All right. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Oh, right on time.
Yeah.
Good. And can you state your name for the record, please?
Walter Miller.
Good evening.
I'm here about ordinance 1465. I actually work at Leaf. I started working there maybe 3 months ago. I'm a little bit windy because I tried to rush to get here. Thought it was at 7 o'clock. My bad. When I first started working, I didn't really understand what Leaf was all about. Corn sat me down and said, just reason with me. Just listen to my position. And if you think you can do what we're trying to do, you're welcome to be a part. I was like everybody else who believed substance abuse was an issue of weakness. It's a lot more complex than that. People believe that you can force a person into treatment and that it'll work. It doesn't work like that. We spend time criminalizing substance abuse, never addressing the real problem. I met a lot of good people. They have issues, but through all the madness in their lives, they're still decent human beings. They just took a wrong turn, kind of like myself. My past is jaded as well. What Leave tries to do is provide a safe space, because they're not going to stop. The government is not going to protect them. Society ostracizes them, throws them out to the wolves. We provide a space where there's no judgment. You are what you are. You're going to do what you're going to do. If you're going to do it safely. We provide them with shelter. We put them up in hotels during the coldest days of the year. We provide tents to those who decide they don't want to or are incapable of getting a place to stay. We provide them with personal hygiene items, clothing. I'm actually the cook down there. So I make 2 hot meals a day. So I know they got a hot breakfast and a hot lunch. We provide canned goods. We provide counseling. We have workers down there who get people into treatment every day, those who really want it. Still trying to catch my breath, so please bear with me. When I got the call about this meeting, I was told it was at 7 o'clock. And Cornelius asked me, would you go down and speak on behalf? And I told him, yeah. I think Leaf is about the best thing I've ever seen in my life to deal with substance abuse issues, mental health issues, unhoused issues. It's hard. Another part of my job down there is to provide security. So everybody that comes in knows who Mr. Walter is. And they know when they see Mr. Walter, it's going to be safe because I don't tolerate nonsense. If you got a problem, take it outside. Don't bring it in here. And for the most part, they honor that. People have bad days. I understand that. These are communities, their family, their tribes. So when there's conflicts, it's usually brotherly conflicts or sisterly
Mr.
conflicts.
Walter, I'm sorry, your time. I thought I wanted you to finish your thought.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but I'm just saying what Leaf does is something that's needed in the community. And I invite each of you to come down there, spend a day down there, and just see what we do. And you'll get a better understanding because you probably think like I did in the beginning, but I'm glad I took the job.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone who would like to address council? Oh, yeah, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Barbara May, and I'm the president and CEO of Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. And this young man inspired me to speak so that you could hear about the good work that's happening in our community. Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels has been serving in this community for 52 years. And I guess the big news to share is that our request for service has gone up about 35% in the last 18 months. And we serve from the south side of Superior Township down to just north of Milan to the county line to US 23. I also want to share that the median income for those we serve is below the poverty level, and that lands us within 10 to 15% of other Meals on Wheels programs across the country, meaning that most Meals on Wheels programs serve people who are over the poverty level. We happen to be in a small subsection that serves people who have, less than others is I guess the best way of putting it. And we also offer different services such as Safe at Home, where we have a consultative occupational therapist that goes into homes across Washtenaw County. Actually, we fundraise separately for that so that people can stay safe in their homes. Many of those seniors that we serve are those who we like to talk kind of idyllically about how people want to age in place. The reality is that a lot of the people that we serve don't have that choice. They have to age there. And so we do all that we can to make it safe, make it comfortable, reduce isolation, and get them the items that they need and just offer some companionship. And also, we provide relief to family members. One thing that we hear over and over and over again is if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to work this job or that job because I would be worried about my mother or my grandmother, and I would have to be checking in and making sure she has meals and things like that. So I actually just came to observe because I've been around at Meals on Wheels for a couple of years. I've been in the county for 25, but I think I know most of you except Amber. I've just read a lot about you, and I just think it's time for me to start attending the meetings and knowing the vibe of everything that happens here and to keep you all up to date on what's happening with our homebound seniors. Also, you're all always welcome to go on a ride along. This guy braved one with me and did a great job. And so I'll drop in your inboxes tomorrow an invitation to go on a ride along. It's about an hour and a half, middle of the day, and would be happy for you to see firsthand what it is that we do. So um, thank you very much. And I'm easily reachable and happy to talk to anybody about anything related to what we do. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, ma'am.
Anyone else who would like to address council before we close public comment? All right. Well, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Thank you for everyone who came out and spoke today. Really appreciate it. Councilmember King?
A quick question. A couple of things were mentioned, and I just wanted to address them. One, I know we're past that time, but can we add a discussion for Juneteenth? I mean, is that something I can still do? Because if so, I will motion because I do want to have a conversation.
Make a motion for whatever.
Okay, so let's do that now. I would make a motion to add a conversation to the meeting for Juneteenth.
To the end?
To the end?
Yeah. Gotta tell me where.
Okay, let's see.
while you're looking, if it's okay with council, I can just provide some information and maybe this will assist in answering questions. So it's what was brought up is not exactly accurate. The first parade route was to come across Hamilton and then go down Washington Street, which would require a number of closures. From what I understood, it was agreed to go with the 4th of July parade route and then end going into Riverside Park. So I had conversations with staff, and an application has not yet been submitted for this this parade. And it's not $65,000 just for staffing. With in total, the fees along with street closures, use of equipment, staff time is around $65,000. The actual staff time with overtime on a holiday, we're looking at roughly 10,000 for the police, 5,000 for DPW staff. Once an application is submitted, I would bring that to council for council to determine if they want to waive certain fees, all the fees. But again, I don't have the application to bring forward for council to take action.
Were they made aware they needed to complete an application?
Yes, I've asked some the Board of Commissioners are involved with this. I expressed that to them. Some employees with the county. I did send an email to the organizer, so they should be aware. And I've also informed staff to make sure they know to submit an application.
Yeah. Councilmember King.
Yeah, because I didn't have any of that information. I only had what was presented today. I don't know if she is still on. Can you just confirm with her that she received the email?
Sure, I could send her an email right now.
I'm saying if she's on the line, can we?
I'm on the line. Can you all hear me?
Yep, we can.
Yeah, so this says that the county will be sponsoring. Will the county be sponsoring the parade? And has an application been submitted? No, it hasn't been, because there are all kind of meetings going on that we as organizers were not privy to. Decisions being made for us without us. Okay, the next part says any information you could provide will be helpful. What is being requested will be expensive, and the city no longer will provide police services for the events. All events must provide their own security. We didn't ask for security. We were, again, just like the 4th of July parade, the police shut the streets down. So to say that it's inaccurate, it's not inaccurate. There have been every step of the way, even down to how we were even moved out of our original spot. We were moved out of our original spot because Andrew Halenga wanted us to go in the park. He brought forward a resolution, had you all vote on that, being, in my opinion, untruthful, because we told Andrew we did not want to go in the park. And then next thing you know, there's this resolution for us to go in the park. And then in July, after Juneteenth, there was a resolution brought forward for no more events in city parking lots. But lo and behold, I was told by another elected official today that the veterans have had an event in the parking lot as well. Now, how is that
So,
that the veterans can have something in the parking lot and not us? So no,
so
it's not
Trisha,
inaccurate.
so
It's not
Trisha,
inaccurate.
are you able to submit an application?
The We were told to hold off on all of that. This was, again, we didn't know we had to submit an application until he sent that, because the county and the city were all working together. And so we were all talking through everything. Again, that is something that we can do, but we weren't told that. I wasn't told because they were having meetings without me. So if I need to go on and submit an application, I will do that. And then it's just one last thing, as far as the route. There was a meeting that Andrew was not in, so I don't know how he's speaking on it. But the meeting that I had a route proposed and a whole report and everything to give in this meeting. And when I got there, their route was already selected for us to start at Messiah's Temple Church, to walk 3 blocks down and make a left on Ferris and go into the parking lot. So that's not inaccurate. So yes, I can submit that, but I'm gonna be honest, y'all, this is not okay. Andrew keeps continuing to misrepresent himself as a city manager and showing favoritism and doing things, in my opinion, that is inappropriate. And I would like the city council to look at that because you all have been very helpful, been very amazing as it pertains to Juneteenth and making sure that we can move forward as a collective. But unfortunately, Andrew Halenga and even the special events manager, every year it's something. And like next year, we don't even have a home for next year because since of this no more city events and parking lot, the parking lot where we're at now is going to be under construction next year. So now we're looking at even have to move this out of the city of Ypsilanti. I'm so disgusted, disappointed, and whatever I need to do to make this happen because our mayor is a marshal of the parade. So whatever we need to do to make this happen, we will do it.
Thank you. Councilmember King, do you still want to add your discussion?
I guess with that being said, we don't need a discussion. She's going to fill out the application. And then I would just like to be kept in the loop again. If it's stuff that's happening in Ward 1, I definitely would love to know about it. I just want to address two more things. One, Duran brought up the residents in Ward 1 and them receiving the active shooter notice. I'm not sure where that came from, so we can't necessarily speak to that. In regards to the situation off of Kramer Street, I was in communication with the city manager, the mayor, and council member Tucson. We will meet on Friday morning as a team, and after that, we will reach out to the homeowner.
Thank you.
Yep, that's all.
Alrighty. Okay. With that being said, we'll move into our presentations. All right. Um, so it's your time to shine. We have before us EMU's 24th president. I think I got that number right. Dr. Brendan Kelly, as well as First Lady, Dr. Tressa Kelly. You don't have to come if you don't want to, but you could. We have been meeting and just talking about what it looks like to collaborate and work better and stronger together. And so Dr. Kelly, President Kelly, said that he would like to come address council, and I was very happy to invite him to do so. So good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. We are coming back home. Since we've already lived in Ypsilanti for a good portion of our life and had our first child here. I couldn't be more pleased to be the 24th president of Eastern Michigan. Both my wife and I graduated from EMU twice, and coming back here is certainly feels like more mission than it does job. But one of the most important things that we've learned while we've been off living in other states for the last 22 years and serving as president at many other universities is the fact that the quality of life inside of whatever city that university is in is inextricably linked to that institution. And it's important to me that we're all working together and finding ways to be in partnership so that we can constantly be elevating that quality of life. For every student that we're in service to, part of being at Eastern Michigan University is being in Ypsilanti. Just like being in Ypsilanti is partly touching Eastern Michigan University. So if there's no objection to it, I'd like for us to be able to, with some regularity, come back and report on the priorities that we're moving forward with as a university and make sure that there is a good and consistent effort to create synergy around those things. Mayor and I have had a lot of good discussions about how we can enliven what is happening at Eastern Michigan because of Ypsilanti and vice versa. And that should be an ongoing conversation on behalf of all the people that we serve. That being said, as somebody who moved to this city from Flint, my wife grew up just outside of Saginaw and in Chesaning. This is where we decided to make our home before we had to jump off, learn other things, and then get back here as fast as we could. And we couldn't be more pleased to get back and certainly be in partnership with all of you. And Madam Mayor, is it okay? I'll take any question on any subject at any time from any of you. If that's appropriate.
Yeah, wanted to give you an opportunity. I told you there might be questions, and so I'll open the floor. I guess I'll start by saying that we have had a lot of really great conversations, and I'm very excited about just your excitement and your energy and your connection to IPSI as well as EMU. I'm an EMU alum as well. So again, the two working together in tandem are very, very important to me for the success of both the municipality and the institution. Councilmember Simmons, I think I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you. Hello.
Hi.
So just a couple of things. A large percentage of the EMU students are actually in my ward, Ward 3. And so, yay, EMU. I had a couple of things. One, we were talking about ways to think about partnerships and thinking about like how do we work together around quality of life and different things. And I wonder, I know we kind of talk about it in general about being good partners, but then and so I really would appreciate and support something where we can kind of make it more tangible, where we're kind of naming both, in terms of the priorities that EMU is having, priorities from the city, and where places where that can come together. Because both in terms of, I know, student experience and things that they experience here, that there could be some more support around, but then also just the vitality of the city. And as we all are constrained, I know EMU is probably constrained too, just like the city, but that we know if we bring our resources together, we can actually have a bigger benefit, right? Given that. So anyway, I love to think about how we can actualize that, and get to some kind of goals that we can track over time. So that was one thing.
Could I take
Oh,
one real quick?
uh-huh.
Because I love that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad you mentioned student experience because that, at least for me, that's where it starts. That's why I've met with hundreds more students than I have with anybody else since we got back here. In other cities that we've worked in and other universities we've served, we were really proactive about that conversation. I hope we can be here. I do think that's a structured conversation outside of these chambers and outside of formal council meetings. This is where I can come to you and I can report out and we can have some discussion, but there has to be other venues for that. Mayor's agreed to serve on the strategic planning steering team for the university. That type of invitation to be part of that planning is one that I couldn't imagine doing it otherwise. The other piece of that is for us to make certain that when we have a structured conversation around that, it kind of puts everything on the table. For instance, the way traffic works in a city really affects the university. The way the university decides to direct its own property really affects the city. Those seem minor until we're the ones in the car caught in them, and then they're not minor at all. So I would love to set that up, and I'll bring a team on the field as well as myself. And I hope that, as the other Dr. Kelly and I do all of our business and live our lives in this city, that we're casual partners too. I'm very used to people just walking up and starting to have that conversation, especially if they're an elected official. So that is that
Don't
constant.
invite me to something you don't want me to do.
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
I see that.
But we do it in the grocery store, and that goes for a lot of people. We have to have that constant conversation. So we are certainly open to that. That's an approach that I'm very much used to. My understanding is it might not be the approach that's existed here. That doesn't mean they can't move it forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's your second one? I'm sorry.
No, it's great. That's cool. The other thing I have is one of the things that comes up a lot. So just to put this on your radar, around the city is actually interactions with the EMU Police Department. And that this is a challenge that our residents face, whether they are part of EMU or not. And then when we bring up issues here around this body, we're told, well, we don't have any jurisdiction over EMU PD. They don't actually have to follow our ordinances or policies within the city, even though they're policing within the city. And, I think that's unacceptable, and not okay. But this is something that I think we really do need to address because it impacts quality of life for people here. And there's no sense of accountability and transparency there. So I'm just naming that since we're just meeting. And and then the last thing or question or something I just want to bring forward as we are I think it's really important for the community to have a university like EMU that serves the population, the students that come to EMU. Especially when thinking about just like the opportunities toward higher education, especially for lower income students, first generation students. I know we have a large population of EMU or at least a population of students that are maybe housing food insecure and like that there's resources that are available. And so I think that that's really important. And so I wonder about that we can protect against incursion from other universities. And we're seeing this happen around U of M purchasing other properties. And so it brings to mind just how important it is to maintain the variety of options for higher education and how we can support and protect that. So that's just one place I know I'm interested in partnership in and just wanting to name.
I couldn't agree more. It is, look at higher education is going through a giant time of transformation. And we have watched that unfold in many states and many cities and are involved in that conversation nationally. But they play out locally, and it is a team sport. And you are, whether you like it or not, part of that team. So everything that you just brought up is part of that structured conversation, right? Because we're never going to stop having problems. The city's not going to stop having problems, and neither is the university. That's just the nature of complex organizations. Those are only dealt with when we all get a chance to sit at the table and talk them through, knowing that you're right, we won't always agree. That's okay. I'd rather not agree at the same table than not agree when we're not talking to each other.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome.
Thank you.
I couldn't be more pleased that you wanted to come and speak to us. As someone who has I spent about 8 years running the Gerald Ford Institute down at Albion College, and we spent a lot of that time. I spent a lot of my time working on the town-gown relationship, and it's a critical one. It's also a great opportunity for both sides if it's done well. So a couple of things I want to say that I really love about Eastern and something that I'd like to at least give some consideration to. One, the fact you still have a print newspaper, for God's sake, it's wonderful. And I've told some of your reporters that my father was a journalist, and I still like print. I'm not a fan of the Kindle. But journalism as a whole, of course, is just as higher education is going through fits and starts, so is journalism. And so I wish your students all the best with that, and any way that we can be helpful, I certainly want to be. Secondly, and I'm speaking for myself here, though I hope that maybe my colleagues will like the idea, but I would love to have a conversation at some point about internships that tie some of your students to experiential learning with us, either council or the city. They have to be put together well, but I've spent a good part of my career doing that in lots of different settings, and would love to be part of that.
I would too. I love that idea. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And finally, one of the things I love is driving down the street and seeing the pictures of your students from all over the world at a time where there seems to be this hiding out from the idea of diversity. We seem to still celebrate it here. I hope that will continue under your tenure.
Absolutely.
So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tucson?
Yes. I'd like to say congratulations for becoming the 24th president of VMU. I don't really have too many questions right now, but I'm confident that going forward, the door will be open to ask those questions when that time comes. I'm just excited to see how the university grows, and not just how the university grows, but how the students grow and how that affects our city surrounding. So once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I would just like to extend appreciations for you coming to us to introduce yourself in person and make that connection. I don't know if I've seen that happen before. since I've been following council, so it's appreciated. And I'm glad that you brought up examples like land use and traffic and transit as shared interests of ours. I agree with that. And I'm really looking to break out of our silos because I feel, a lot of people talk about EMU and the city being quite separate. Um, I'm interested in like the having students that live on or near campus to integrate into what the city has to offer and hope that is a central piece of the strategic plan that seems to be in development. I also want to second the comment made about the EMU PD by Councilmember Simmons. So I hope to start that conversation with you all soon. And I suppose, what I'm looking for is like more collaboration opportunities between city residents and EMU and students in the city. Um, and so may this be an first step towards that. And I guess the last thing I want to do is just ask you a question, actually, which is I know that the EMU AAUP is in contract negotiations, and just wondering what do you support them in their negotiations?
Well, I don't know, I don't know how we would do support. Anytime you have contract negotiations with any labor management relationship, it's always kind of a standard part of doing business. And that just depends on where you are in the country. Here, and I've been in other states where that is the structure of the institution or that relationship. That's what we'll spend the summer doing. I think one of the great opportunities is when you, again, go back to a structured conversation where we get to talk about issues that are important to everybody, how we can make it work. The challenges that higher education is facing and the types of strains that universities are facing all over the United States, and you're watching it play out every single week. Those are all going to be dealt with by us finding ways for everybody to win. And I've spent a lot of time talking to all of our union leaders around that conversation. How do we all win? And when I say we all, it's not the university or employees. It's the students that we're in service to, the communities that we serve, the industries that we serve. How do we make it work so that we can be the best employer that we can be and still get to those outcomes? So we're kind of actively engaged in that work. And bear in mind, I'm only in week 6 officially. But I'm sure we're going to make a lot of positive progress on that front.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Hi, welcome. I do appreciate you being here. I've been on council long enough to have sat through other presentations from EMU. And some of those went well, and some of them did not go well. And along with the policing issue and the housing issue, one of the things that had been a question in the past was, EMU is a teacher college, right? All about education. It's about teaching teachers. And previous conversations, it was brought up that, Ypsilanti School District has been used as a lab school for EMU. And it seems at times that becomes a one-way experience. Mm-hmm. So then what is the benefit to the Ypsi school district from having that interaction? And so hopefully we can have that dialogue and make that be a two-way conversation and a two-way benefit. So, yeah, I have to say this is interesting being in Ypsilanti. This is the first time I've lived in a college town where I don't have an association with the college. I've always been staff at various universities and things like that. And this is the first time, I live right next to campus, run through it, and it's like, but I don't have that personal experience of being part of the university. So it's a little strange for me, but
now you do. That's why I came to you.
Yeah. So I look forward to the future conversations about all those topics.
I appreciate that. I will say the founding of Eastern Michigan was as a teacher's college. It has been one of the largest colleges of education in the United States for a long time. But the needs of the state of Michigan have compelled a more complex composition of programming, because the talent needs that we have are more diverse than what EMU was known for in its origin. I say that because this is my 5th time being president. I've had other large colleges of education. Almost all of them are need of more people who are interested in becoming teachers. And the relationship with the school district is the best test for that. I couldn't agree with you more. We should be a resource to that school district just as much as the school districts in this region should be resources to us. Right? There should always be synergistic relationship. Superintendent and I had lunch week before last for the exact same conversation. That's also one that I reached out to her for because I do believe in that partnership. Partnership doesn't just happen. It happens when we all decide that we're going to sit down and make something great happen. So we are going to figure out how to be a better partner. I've heard that same feedback. And we only get better when we get a chance to have honest feedback like that. So it's a good starting point for that relationship from my perspective. I will also give credit to, we have a relatively new dean of the College of Education, Dr. Ryan Gildersleeve. He is excellent. He's an excellent ambassador. He's excellent with outreach. If I asked, I went to a celebration of the College of Education a few weeks ago because we were named in the top 100 among colleges of education in the United States. Bear in mind, out of the 5,000 universities in the United States, there are 1,500 colleges of education. We are number 84 right now. At that celebration, superintendent of YCS was among those guests, one of those honored guests sitting right up front. Why? Because she's a partner in that work. So we're going to figure out how to make sure that we can evolve that synergy moving forward.
Thank you. Councilmember King?
And so that was one of my questions. What was partnership like with the local school district? But first, let me say welcome back. I'm also alum of EMU as well. And so since you already discussed the partner with local school districts, I'm also wondering about grassroots organizations.
I'm sorry?
Grassroots organizations.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Will you and have you had any relationship in the past at other universities?
It depends on the organization. We've served in Florida, South Carolina. I say we because I can assure you a university presidency is a team sport with your spouse. And Tressa's been a big part of that. So yes, we've had lots of relationships with organizations outside the university. We've had relationships with organizations that connect, kind of a student chapter together with something that is outside the university. We've been the driver of many of those initiatives. I've had lots and lots of different relationships in all of the states we've served.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Well, I have asked you many, many questions since we have been re-engaged, but I think what I will say is that in one of our most recent conversations, I brought up the fact that this is not something that even in my time on council that we've had regularly, having the president of the university come before us. Been invited to campus a lot. So the fact that you were willing to accept that invitation and then say, when's the next meeting? I'll be at that one.
Yeah.
I really, really appreciate it. And I think the rest of my colleagues do as well. When you began, you asked me directly, who should I talk to? Where should I be? And gave information around the school board and the school district, and you went and did that immediately. And then when I brought up this council again, the very next meeting, I think it was last week, we talked about this.
That's right.
You're here. And I think that gives me so much optimism for what to look for in the future. I know where we've been, and I don't want to stay there. I want us to move forward. And I think that this is the start of a real partnership, a better partnership. I think that there were years and stories of yesteryear that I've heard about good relationship between the city and the university. And I think that we are poised to have that and more as we move forward, and we can support each other along the way. So very grateful to you for taking your time. Dr. Kelly for coming. Hi, Susie. Also from the university here, because, it's after hours and you didn't have to, but you did. So very much appreciative to my colleagues. I did agree to serve on the strategic planning committee, and I plan to come to you with questions for feedback and conversation to make sure I bring that to the table as well, and then bring information back to this body so that we have, shared voices in that space as I'm representing the city at the table. And so I hope that, I know we talked about this, you're open to that, but I'm saying it again, I hope you're open to that, to make sure that, we really are equal partners in terms of what we're bringing to the table here in the strategic planning process, because I think that's very important moving forward.
Can I just,
Yeah.
on that point, the process that we will be using is one that invites people into that process. And it's incredibly efficient in that way, but it also captures a lot of different voices and feedback. So know that you'll be able to participate in that process as well. The steering team guides that, but we have another partner that's going to help with that feedback cycle. Right.
There's nothing else.
Thank you all.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much. Thank
the
you.
time.
Thank you, Tressa, for being here. All right. Okay. We're gonna keep it moving. Next we have whoa.
Can we do something about the temperature in here?
Oh,
You cold?
Freezing.
okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Not the only one.
It is a little cold. My nose was a little runny, but I was just gonna not complain because I, thought maybe it was normally. It's not cold. Anyway.
I don't
All right.
see my breath yet, so we're
Moving right along. As as the temperature is being lower, we'll move to we have a proclamation. All right. So proclamation for Stop the Gun Violence Community Outreach Event, Wear Orange Weekend. So whereas gun violence continues to impact communities across our nation, leaving lasting harm on individuals, families, and neighborhoods, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti is committed to fostering a safe, healthy, and connected community where every resident has the opportunity to live free from violence. And whereas community-led efforts play a critical role in both prevention and healing, creating space for education, awareness, and collective action. And whereas the Stop the Gun Violence Community Outreach event, organized by POP, brings together residents, advocates, and organizations for a day of unity, healing, and empowerment through music, food, community voices, and resource sharing on June 6, 2026. And whereas this event centers and supports families impacted by gun violence, ensuring they have the access to information, services, and a community that sees and stands with them. And whereas POP partners with local and national organizations, including Moms Demand Action and local Students Demand Action chapters, as well as educational institutions, to expand awareness and advocacy efforts. And whereas the involvement of University of Michigan in providing a mobile mammogram unit offering free screenings reflects a holistic approach to community care and wellness. And whereas the partnership with Ypsilanti Community Schools to organize a student art contest uplifts youth voices and encourages creative expression around themes of peace, safety, and community. And whereas Wear Orange Weekend serves as a national call to honor victims and survivors of gun violence while raising awareness and encouraging communities to take action towards safer futures. And whereas residents are encouraged to wear orange throughout the weekend as a visible symbol of solidarity, remembrance, hope, and a shared commitment to ending gun violence. And whereas this event is free and open to the public, ensuring accessibility and broad community participation. Now, therefore, I, Nicole Brown, Mayor of the City of Ypsilanti, do hereby recognize June 6, 2026 as Stop the Gun Violence Community Outreach Day in the City of Ypsilanti and encourage all residents to participate in Wear Orange Weekend, attend the event, support impacted families, and stand united against gun violence in all forms. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, May 19, 2026. We had a presentation a few weeks back from the organizers, and of course they had asked for us to acknowledge Wear Orange Weekend. I did craft this proclamation and also present it to them on the day of the event, and encourage everybody to wear orange and attend if you're able. I think they also asked me to give out the art contest awards, so I'm excited to see, who wins those. Thank you. All right, moving right along. Mayor Pro Tem, you have our ordinance.
You indeed. Get this mic forward. There we go. Resolution number 2026-113. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City Council directed the Planning Commission to review and provide recommendations regarding regulation and definition of harm reduction services within the zoning ordinance, and whereas the Planning Commission has reviewed the proposed zoning text amendments and discussed the operational, locational, and compatibility considerations associated with harm reduction service facilities, And whereas the proposed amendments are intended to provide regulatory clarity, establish reasonable operational standards, promote public health and safety, and ensure compatibility with surrounding land uses. And whereas the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on the proposed zoning and text amendments in accordance with the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, Public Act 110 of 2006, as amended. And whereas following review and deliberation, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zoning text amendments to the City Council, and now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council hereby approves its first reading of ordinance number 1465 entitled Harm Reduction Zoning Text Amendment, and I so move.
Support.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcox and supported by Councilmember Simmons. Good evening, Josh.
Good evening, everybody.
And-
Thank you for reading the resolution. I know it was relatively long, but yeah, so ultimately, I'm not going to go through the entirety of the zoning text amendment history. That's all included within the packet. And then, so regarding the changes that you see, there are a few definitions that are proposed, that being some of them being like drug checking equipment and services, and then like drug testing. This will ultimately define the difference between the two, because there was a lot of discussion amongst that, but also the definitions in general are intended to match with the state's Department of Health. So in general, there's you'll see in the center district, in the neighborhood corridor and general corridor, and also in the health and human services, that the harm reduction services are either allowed by right or as a special land use. And then you'll see the use-based regulations, where you have the substance use disorder treatment facilities and harm reduction service facilities. And the reason why these were combined is because in order to create a separate section for harm reduction service facilities, that would have required me to go through the entirety of the ordinance and amend a bunch of different sections. And the Planning Commission, already doing their public hearing that day, did not want to delay the ordinance any further and get it to council. So that's why they were ultimately put together, but they do have two separate use-based regulations. So yeah.
Are you all okay with me opening the public hearing first, and then we'll come back for our questions? All right. If there's anyone in the audience, 1 second, Josh, who would like to address council on this ordinance, please raise your hand. Yeah, please come.
Hello again, Council and Mayor. I'm so glad to see this finally on y'all's agenda. There was a meeting back in May between Councilmember Fellows, myself, City Manager, and Mr. Myers over here, and the Director of Leaf Harm Reduction, following the very detailed history in the packet. Because there was a little bit of what someone mentioned, obstruction happening, because harm reduction services have been being provided historically already in this area. And so the city planner took a little bit more of a conservative analysis and interpretation of the zoning text. And so before I resigned as chair of the Human Relations Commission, because there was, again, obstruction from what I noticed to be staff-led, which made getting anything done kind of hard, I brought forward the need to have some updating to the language done to include harm reduction services. And I was really glad to see the Planning Commission be all in favor of that. And I actually really appreciate the languages that they did provide for you guys. I hope that this is really helpful, that will be able to allow these life-saving services to be continue to be provided. Again, the history in the packet goes pretty in depth about it. I do think that what is missing is that some organizations or businesses in the area were given like the leeway and the grace of having a rental inspection before they were just given a cease and desist. But unfortunately, a Black-led harm reduction organization that serves primarily a lot of people who use drugs, people who are unhoused, and a lot of people who are of color, because again, systemic issues. They were not given that grace. They were just immediately given a cease and desist, which I think, again, speaks with what we're noticing with Juneteenth. Also, the other things like the secondary traffic stops, same thing. Like there seems to be like staff-led obstruction with even Mr. My gosh, the former city attorney who retired after 40 years. So yes, very grateful that harm reduction is now defined in the current zoning language. Really grateful that the Human Relations Commission did approve that to bring that forward to the Planning Commission. And thank you, Councilmember Coxon, for leading them in that discussion to ensure that this is continuing on, because even though they went and interpreted this with a more conservative lens, saying, I think at first it was because drug chest testing was included with saliva and urine, but that was not what it all was. It was a misconception, but literally down the street, there's something called on-site substance abuse testing. So it just seemed like there was a little bit of a hypocrisy happening. So I really do encourage council to ensure that staff are being fair, because instead of, immediately doing a cease and desist and not doing a rental inspection, they could have also proposed maybe some changes to the language. So that could have been staff led. That did not have to come from the Human Relations Commission. And please remember that there was not a tracking system for discrimination, and then HRC had to get that going in 2024.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience want to talk about this ordinance? Sure. Hello again.
Hi again, Duran. I just wanted to echo kind of like, undergoing this integration with the beer cooler, I've been in the area more recently, and I get a lot of cross clients with people that be going to the Leaf Place. So I'm just want to echo like I don't know what's going on exactly. I'm not up to speed on the resolution, but I know that those services are needed for the unhoused, mentally challenged, and people who are suffering from drug abuse. So I don't know what's to what's, but I like to get more in the loop. And thank you guys for hearing that y'all on top of it. Thank you, Mr. Wilcoxon, for leading that, because it's a lot of people out here hurting and trauma based, and they just need help. And I know that those are one of the leading people that's helping in this area for sure. So thank y'all for leaving this platform for that.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience want to speak to ordinance 1465?
I do have.
Absolutely. Hello again.
Hi, I appreciate that you finally brought this forward. I think some due diligence needs to be done towards the fact that this process was so long and painful and difficult for what has been a continuing needed service. I was in Taylor maybe 2 years ago when their only a homeless shelter lost their business license at a city council meeting. And they did continue operations. But it was a brutal thing to watch for an institution that not only served that immediate community, but the broader community around Taylor. And so I am glad that this process has been coming to a better conclusion. But I know that these grassroots frontline services are not being protected and honored in the way that they should, and that process needs to improve. So I do thank you for bringing this forward. I trust that this will pass tonight. I appreciate that it protects the location of current services at 211 East Michigan by right. And I hope that this will continue to broaden our community's options for harm reduction and safer use. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else in the audience like to speak to ordinance 1465? Said someone's online.
Yes. Cornelius?
Oh, yeah. Good evening again.
Yeah, hi again, Corn Williams. So yeah, I really appreciate the language in the actual ordinance amendment. Hearing that it's in alignment with, what the folks at MDHHS kind of define harm reduction and drug checking as is what the ask was to the planning commission. So I think that side of it is great. I think like I know that the background is highly inaccurate. In my opinion, it's pretty inflammatory. And I don't know why it ever was added to the agenda. And I think if as this moves forward, if it's not made more comprehensive and edited to redact hearsay, then it'll be a highly defamatory article that's approved by the city. And so I think, if the history wanted to be included of like what led to these services in the city, it would have included a resolution, or not a resolution, but a charging ordinance from the county prosecutor's office that specifically named Leaf and was only to operationalize drug checking services in the city of Ypsi. Council was aware of this every step of the way. It was not included in the history that I personally presented multiple times on behalf of Leaf to council, talking about what services we were going to offer, talking about the state funding that was propping up these services and the hard work that went into bringing that funding to the city. So that I can only say, that was not maliciously omitted, but I can say that there were, like, again, there was hearsay that was pretty obviously maliciously included. And as was brought up multiple times today, right, there seems to be a pattern with city staff trying to undermine specifically Black businesses or Black-led initiatives and services in this city. And it's really, it really needs to be called to question by council. And it even, like, one of the final statements in this staff memo says that, like, even though there were these blatant ordinance violations to keep services going in Ypsi that are literally life-saving to people, as you guys have heard tonight, council forced city staff not to do what they knew was right. I like that. It's kind of wild that this has been printed in the agenda. And so, yeah, I think if any of that moves forward, it needs to be comprehensive and accurate. And I think it needs to be called to question, like, why this was allowed to happen in the first place. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online? All right.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem, you can close the public hearing.
I didn't even get to start. 3 minutes.
As much as you want.
Resolution 2026-114, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the public hearing for ordinance number 1465 entitled Harm Reduction Zoning Text Amendment be officially closed. And I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Councilmember McLean. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, welcome back, Josh. I think folks are ready to ask questions unless you have more you wanted to add before we do that.
Nope.
Okay. I thought I saw Councilmember Sanders. Did I see you getting ready to ask something or no?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm excited to see this coming. I know that it's something that has been moving in the Planning Commission, and also like the text and the clarity that is provided with the definitions and the different sites. Um, I did feel that it seemed like some information might have been missing, like in the um yeah, in the, like, I guess the history background. And so I think that, and obviously now Corn's kind of bringing some things up around it. There's some things like when I was reading it, or maybe I should just clarify that that Leaf has put in actually a business application for 211.
Yes.
Yeah, so things like that, it's not really clear, I think, in this. The way it kind of leaves off, it makes it seem like we hadn't heard from them almost around some of it. So I don't know whether it's just kind of trying to go through and add some more things. Some of the things I'm like going back in time of when it was happening, in those conversations when we were coming when it was first happening downtown, and just making sure that we have some of that clarity, and also thinking about what things are necessary for the public to really understand why this was important to address, and um, uh, and then things that might be superfluous to that. It's not really a question. I think
okay.
it's more
I
that
making sure.
I think it's more that I think that, Warren's bringing it forward. I think like I recognize a couple of things where I'm like, oh, it's not in here, even though this feels like a really deep history, but then there's things that are missing. And I did kind of get the sense that it was trying to lay a foundation for why you made the decision, Josh, that you did. And um, in that, council um kind of overrode that by saying not to continue to push this, and instead that we wanted this zoning text amendment so that there could be clarity. Um and um yeah, but then it's sounding like the information is creating like harm by a person who's still like in the space trying to do the work. So yeah, so I think I just would like to figure out whether how we would change this before it comes back to a second reading to include some of those. And there's some things I know I could probably say like, oh, here's these things. But I'm not prepared to do that right this second. All right. Not a question. But is it a question?
I don't know.
I guess the question is like, how much can we change it? I mean, do I have to kind of name it, or, should I just start slashing it, or can we just take out the parts? I mean, yeah, it's a question.
Well, I mean, I don't know if Josh knew it was a question or not. So, okay, so.
I mean, I can, answer to it. This has been in the packet. I mean, you guys can see like this has been in discussion since August of 2024. And so this has been included in pretty much every planning commission packet, as we've gone through the process. So this is just the information that the planning commission was given that was copy and pasted and put into the RFL. Regarding, the regarding the specifics in terms of the business occupancy license and whatnot, like I do see that I could have included that they did submit a business occupancy license. Oh wait, I said, however, staff did not receive an application for several months and later discovered. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see where that could be amended, but other than that, I've not really been involved with council and leaf harm reductions like discussions. It's not something that I was ultimately looking at. I'm just looking at zoning administration and enforcing the zoning ordinance as applicable. So this background is really coming from my experience and also just the process in general in terms of zoning and in terms of my position.
Councilmember Simmons, anything else?
Not right now, not right this second, no.
Okay. Councilmember Fellows, I think I saw your hand.
Yeah. I don't have a question. So I want to thank the community organizers, frontline service providers, Planning Commission and the Human Relations Commissions. Specifically, I want to thank Cornelius Williams of Leaf Harm Reduction and Kat Layton, who is the former chair of the Human Relations Commission, and staff for coming together to meet this moment in Ypsi, and for residents and business owners who have taken upon themselves for years to regularly carry harm reduction supplies like Narcan, masks, drug checking strips like xylazine. These services are life-saving and essential, and we are really, really lucky in Ypsilanti to have these services provided both in institutions and on just by resident action and in our business community. And so this zoning text amendment really is the start of showing reciprocity between the city and the support the community has been giving for years, and is an acknowledgement of that. And I really appreciate, even though it's taken a lot of time, and there is obviously still hurt that has been and harm that has been caused between, the relations between staff and service providers. I do hope that this is a first step towards healing, and that we can, further become better collaborators in the future. So thank you to everyone that's been involved with this effort, and I will support this first reading of the zoning ordinance. I request that maybe for the second reading, we can just take out the background since it's inflaming, negative feelings. Yeah, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments or questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Kat, and thank you, Corn. This has been a long discussion. I really appreciate Kat's presentation at the Planning Commission when this kicked off. It gave a good background to the Planning Commission as to what the need was and why they were deliberating on it. So thank you for that. This has been a long conversation in the Planning Commission. There was a lot of things that you go from nothing to trying to create these kinds of definitions, and you run into all sorts of things, state legislation, those kinds of things. And I think the Planning Commission did a great job of considering those and coming forward with this. I appreciate that the two different types of services have been defined. I think that was essential to separate those things out and understand what it was, because the confusion around drug testing, people were just using that phrase generically, and there's drug testing. It's like, well, drug testing has a legal definition, and the difference between testing biological samples for drugs, which is drug testing, versus testing samples of drugs, which was also being referred to as drug testing, is a separate matter. So I'm glad that the language has been put in there to separate those two things. And I appreciate that Corn has had a challenge in terms of finding a place to be and to call home. Real estate interactions were problematic. Some things were rescinded, offers were rescinded that made operation difficult for Corn. So I appreciate his persistence on this, and he's been very upfront about the need and the scope of the services that he's trying to provide, and has had various people from the county and from U of M hospitals come and speak on behalf of the efforts to reduce harm in our community. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I think this is a good amendment. It gives clarity for operations for Corn and other entities that may take this up in the future. And as Councilmember Fellows had said earlier, these services have been provided in different ways, but not necessarily in a brick and mortar within the city. So I think this is a benefit to the community. I do have one question for Josh, and I bet you already anticipated what it was going to be. So during the discussion and in the text amendment, it gives buffer zones for these two entities, these two types of businesses, and they're disparate. In one case, for the drug use counseling, there's 1,000-foot buffer for schools, and for the harm reduction, there's 500-foot buffer for schools and other like businesses. And I brought this up in the Planning Commission, and the response then was, well, this is what we've got in the zoning. Mr. Wilcoxon, it's up to you to do what you're going to do with that. So could you speak to the rationale for why there's a difference in those two things?
Yeah, so I mean, the Planning Commission, I will be quite frank, I'm not 100% certain why the Planning Commission decided to go with a lower number for harm reduction facilities versus substance use disorder treatment facilities. I would have kept them the same, just because that can help limit confusion, but also we are still looking at different uses like marijuana, for example. They have stricter buffers than, or like dispensaries have stricter buffers than harm reduction service facilities. And so that's like one of those things where that isn't what staff initially recommended, but the planning commission was ultimately not, did not share that concern and decided to go with the lesser buffers.
Thank you.
Oh,
Want to say it?
Just a follow-up, just want to clarify when you're saying the 500 is less than this, or the 1,000, or you're saying the less than the
The harm reduction service facilities, they have a 500-foot buffer from schools and other like facilities, and then substance use disorder treatment facilities, those have 1,000-foot buffers from either each other and also schools.
And then you were saying with the cannabis though.
Cannabis, the buffers are, it's like 1,000. It changes based on the zoning district,
Okay,
but
I
like
see.
there's
So
like
but
1,000.
you're just saying like regardless whether it's 1,000 or 500 that it's
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Further discussion or questions from council on this? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I would propose to amend and give these things parity at the 1,000-foot buffer. That is consistent with the cannabis in similar areas. It's less for cannabis in downtown than it is in other places. And this has been a consistent issue with trying to figure that out. So for consistency, I would amend to 1,000 feet for both of them.
Work.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember McLean. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Fellows?
Does that amendment impact any existing, I guess, I don't even know how to answer this question because as my understanding is that, this zoning text amendment makes it permissible for all sorts of places to have harm reduction supplies. Like the library has a Narcan dispenser in front of their building in the downtown area. Several businesses carry supplies. So do we anticipate having this buffer zone is going to impact anyone?
So the buffer zone is going to strictly apply to brick and mortar harm reduction service facilities. So that's their primary use. The library, obviously the primary use isn't harm reduction. It's, a library. And so that would be considered an accessory use, and accessory uses do not have the same, or will not, the same buffer regulations would not be applied to an accessory use.
Okay. I understand the reasoning behind like wanting to make all of the buffer zones similar, though I think with, cannabis, for-profit businesses like cannabis sales, um, and kind of like medical treatment facilities for substance use disorder is a little bit different category again from drug checking, which doesn't require a medical facility, does not require biological uh, testing to go on. So, most of the time when I've seen drug checking happen and occur, it's in kind of these pop-up situations like music festivals and like other venues that would have increased risk for overdose. And so I guess I don't see it as the same level of concern within a zoning text. So I don't know if I necessarily uh, agree with the amendment. I think the planning commission making that determination, I want to support, their democratic decision to do that, and I don't really question it too much. But I also am curious to hear from other council members of how you feel about the zoning text amendment 2.
Further comments or questions from council? Councilmember McLean?
I'd simply note on the amendment, since this is a first reading, if unintended consequences might come up between now and the next reading, they could all be brought forward.
Sorry.
Councilmember McLean was saying if,
This is the first reading,
yeah,
is it
if
not?
this is passed on the first reading, for instance, that if unintended consequences are found, they brought back for the second reading.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't ultimately foresee that there will be. We only have one brick and mortar harm reduction service facility in the city. So, you know, ultimately it's not going to impact anything, you know, existing presently. So.
I appreciate Councilmember Fellow's comments, and I do see that there is a difference between these two types of organizations, and that the counseling centers are not necessarily. So let me stop. Let's go backwards. It is known that people entering into a harm reduction facility for having their drugs analyzed will have drugs on their person. And so that is putting those closer to schools. And while the motivations of the people using the services is not at issue, the fact that an organization where people are going to for counseling that don't have drugs on their person, or may not, but it's not known, is given 1,000-foot buffer. Whereas an entity that it's well understood that people entering that business will have drugs on their person. And some of the complaints that we've had in the past about the previous location for Leaf was that people would go outside the business and then go into an adjoining space and consume the drugs. And so to me, that's a very different use, and there's a different need for that buffer. So if anything, I would have that be a larger buffer than for the counseling. So it's not about it being a commercial endeavor to sell cannabis. Cannabis establishments have very strict rules in terms of not using on the premises. Whereas this doesn't come with that assurance, and it doesn't come with any of the other security that people who have cannabis permits and licenses have to go through for that. So it's up to those folks to, to educate their customers that is not appropriate. And that was one of the biggest concerns about placing cannabis retailers in certain areas, is that people would go off site and immediately consume in a public place, which is restricted. So to me, there's a clear difference in these two kinds of businesses, and a clear difference in terms of the proximity of the drug use to schools. So if anything, I think it argues that it should be at least as stringent as the counseling centers.
Further comment, Councilmember Fellows?
Oh yeah, just to respond, I appreciate what you're bringing up, Pro Tem, and I will raise you a safe use site because I think I think that this is an important conversation. This is not a part of the zoning text conversation, but into the future, you know, a lot of our residents are renters, and they often come and complain to me about not being able to use their cannabis anywhere because the landlords bar them from being able to smoke in their own homes. So, you know, the conversation around like where can anybody even go to, you know, use legal substances legally, needs to be on our table at some point in the future. For now, if, you know, nobody else has any worries about this amendment, you know, I'm fine to go along with it. If no one has any other comments.
Also, the previous questions, though there won't be any, this won't create any nonconformances.
No.
For any other.
No,
This
will
is,
not.
as far as I know, the only harm reduction brick and mortar that we had.
Yeah.
Yes, I do have a follow-up on that.
Councilmember Fellows?
For the you said for the in the instance of the library, because it's accessory use. Does this also protect accessory use just across the city in any zone?
Yeah, it does ultimately protect accessory uses, because you'll see because we define what is included as part of harm reduction services, Anybody within the city, like, the library, they're able to continue providing the harm reduction services that they provide. At the end of the day, that's not what they are primarily known for, and that's not what they're primarily doing. People are traditionally or typically going there, to get books or have meetings and whatnot. And so it's will not impact when they have like a small part of the building or anything that is assigned to harm reduction.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comment or questions from council on the amendment? All right, please call the roll on the amendment.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Okay, we are on the amended text ordinance. So we're back on the ordinance. Further comment or discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Yay.
Okay. Thank you. Member Tucson, you have our consent agenda.
Yes, I do. So resolution number 2026-115, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, that the following items be approved. One, resolution number 2026-116, approving the minutes of the regular meeting of May 5th, 2026, and the special meetings of April 22nd, 2026, and May 12th, 2026. The Ypsilanti City Council be approved. Number two, resolution number 117, reappointing resident Nancy Hine, to the Sustainability Commission with a term ending May 1st, 2029. Resolution number 118, approving the Pandem change order. Resolution number 119, approving the proposal submitted by OHM for project oversight and construction coordination services for the Frog Island Accessibility Improvement Project in the amount of $48,995. Resolution number 120, approving the amendment submitted by OHM to the previously approved CACE proposal for the reconstruction of Harriet Street, First to Hawkins, in the amount of $37,850. Resolution number 121, approving the proposed ordinance number 1463, entitled 2026-2027 Tax Levy Ordinance, upon second and final reading. Resolution number 122, recognizing June 19th and authorizing to display the Juneteenth flag from a window in council chambers viewable from Huron Street through the duration of the month. And finally, resolution number 123, declaring June as Pride Month and authorizing to display the Pride flag from a window in council chambers viewable from Huron Street through the duration of the month. And I so move.
Support.
Been moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Councilmember King, you have resolution 124.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, where civic education is a lifelong process of equipping individuals with knowledge, skills, values, and confidence necessary to understand how government functions, how laws are made, how public systems impact every day, and how community members can effectively participate in shaping the future of their neighborhoods, cities, states, and nations. And whereas civic education extends beyond the classroom and is essential not only in schools, but also in homes, neighborhoods, community organizations, faith institutions, and public spaces, ensuring that all residents have access to information that empowers them to vote, advocate, organize, speak out, and engage in meaningful dialogue around issues affecting their lives. And whereas an informed and civically engaged population is foundational to a healthy democracy, strong local leadership, accountable government, and vibrant communities, where residents understand both their rights and their responsibilities. And whereas far too many individuals, particularly youth, low-income families, communities of color, formerly incarcerated persons, returning citizens, immigrant populations, and other historically disenfranchised communities have been systemically excluded from the civic process due to education inequities, economic barriers, distrust in institutions, and a lack of intentional opportunities for civic inclusion. And whereas providing equitable access to civic education helps close the gap between community members and decision makers, fosters confidence and public participation, increases voter awareness, strengthens relationship between elected officials and residents, and encourages collective problem solving rooted in shared responsibility. And whereas communities thrive when residents understand that civic engagement is not limited to elections, but includes attending public meetings, engaging elected officials, serving on boards and commissions, participating in advocacy efforts, volunteering, organizing neighbors, understanding public policy, and utilizing one's voice to influence systems of change. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti is widely recognized for its rich history and cultural diversity, grassroots, artistic expression, and strong tradition of community members coming together to advocate for equity, justice, and neighborhood progress. And whereas Ypsilanti has long been a city where resident voices, youth leadership, nonprofit organizations, educators, business owners, and faith communities have played an essential role in shaping conversations around inclusion, civic responsibility, and the future of community. And whereas Ypsilanti continues to build toward a stronger and more equitable future, it remains critically important that all residents, particularly young people and historically marginalized populations, are empowered with the civic knowledge, confidence, and access necessary to engage local government, understand public systems, and actively contribute to the municipal progress. And where Survivors Speak, a nonprofit organization committed to advocacy, education, and community empowerment, has continued to lead an impactful civic engagement initiative designed to bridge the divide between residents and institutions by creating accessible family-centered education spaces where individuals can learn about civic rights, connect with elected officials, meet community partners, and become inspired to actively participate in the democratic process. And whereas Survivors Speak is in partnership with local stakeholders and community partners will host Civic Duty Education Day on Saturday, June 6th, as a day dedicated to educating youth, adults, and families about the importance of civic knowledge, civic voice, and civic responsibility while promoting food, fun, fellowship, and family-centered community engagement. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti recognizes that strengthening civic engagement is not simply an educational priority, but a community necessity that contributes to stronger neighborhoods, increased trust in government, more informed residents, and a future generation equipped to lead with purpose, understanding, advocacy, and accountability. Now, therefore, be resolved that the mayor and city council of the city of Ypsilanti do hereby affirm the critical importance of civic education in our schools, our communities, and in everyday lives of all residents. Be it further resolved that the city of Ypsilanti acknowledges the need for expanded civic awareness and civic inclusion opportunities, especially for populations that have historically been underserved, overlooked, or disenfranchised from participating in civic and democratic systems. Be it further resolved that the city of Ypsilanti proudly stands with Survivors Speak in a mission to educate, activate, and empower communities through civic engagement, public participation, and the democratic awareness. Be it further resolved that the mayor and city council encourage Ypsilanti schools, educators, churches, businesses, civic organizations, youth groups, neighborhood associations, and community leaders to continue fostering opportunities that strengthen civic understanding, civic dialogue, and civic responsibility among residents of all ages. Be it further resolved that in recognition of these efforts and in the celebration of power of informed citizenship. The mayor and city council of the city of Ypsilanti do hereby proclaim Saturday, June 6, 2026, as Civic Education Day in the city of Ypsilanti and encourage all residents, families, educators, youth leaders, elected officials, and community stakeholders to participate in activities that uplift civic knowledge, community voice, and public engagement. I so move.
Support. It's been moved by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember Simmons. Thank you for reading that very long resolution, but well worth it. I don't know if you wanted to start since we brought this forward or say anything.
Well, I would just say when we got this resolution sent to us, I immediately wanted to go ahead and put it on our agenda because I do think it's important. I always say one reason that I am in this position right now is so I can be a model and example for young girls that look like me, that they will start the civic engagement process at a younger age.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll add that when we got this and I was able to speak with Trisha about it too, that, one of the things that stuck out is that the point of the day beyond, civic education is to engage families and be family-centered, community-driven, for residents to learn, be able to ask questions, connect with leaders and meet resource partners, and any opportunity that we have to, uplift and enlighten folks is really, really important. I think it's perfect alignment with what our city clerk has been talking about and trying to finally have an opportunity to get out into the community as much as she can, to also increase, civic education. And so I'm hoping that there's a way for you to connect with them on that day. I know it's a Saturday, to participate in this work. Because, Ipsy is a really engaged community. And I think, but there are still folks that we bump into all the time who don't necessarily understand processes or maybe don't even know necessarily what jurisdiction they live within. And that is all of our duty to help, educate and inform folks about those things. It's important, just for your day-to-day life and the things that impact you, where you live and also the surrounding community. So I'm happy to have co-sponsor bringing this forward with Councilmember King, and to support Survivor Speaks in their endeavor to continue to educate our community. Any Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, thank you. I mean, this is an issue that's very near and dear to me. So I appreciate us kind of lifting up and thinking about civic duty. Um, One thing, of course, when I saw it, I was kind of like, is it strange that we're promoting two different things on the same day as the city? Um, because people can't go everywhere at once. But I mean, I'm just bringing that forward. I'm just naming that, that's just one thing. But um, just in terms of the way we calendar, I guess. But and the other thing is just that I think this is obviously like of the moment, just given what's happening with the Voting Rights Act, and what we're seeing down in the southern states, not just because of what's happening there, because it actually impacts all of us. Not only because of how it can spread and how we've been seeing actually the Voting Rights Act being clawed back over multiple years. This is just a deeper incursion into that, but also because it impacts then the representatives and who is fighting for resources at the federal level, which impacts all of us across the country. So it's more important than ever for us to, like stand up for that right of knowledge and seeking and curiosity, and to figure out how to get involved and to, not let, to know what our rights are so that we don't accidentally give them up too. So.
I was just in response to the multiple events in one day. That happens. We're a very lucky community that we have events happening on the same day a lot. And so I think it's great to have opportunities for folks to be able to attend multiple things, and maybe drop into multiple events and experience all of them. I know that's tough. These events are not scheduled or, planned by us. And so the fact that wear orange and stop the violence is happening on the same day as this, I think, is a wonderful coincidence, but gives an opportunity for folks to engage in multiple things across the city. Councilmember Fellows?
I was just going to say to the public, join a city commission or run for a school board or a library board or a city council seat. There's no one else but us. So if you're an active and engaged member of the community and you'd like to contribute, these are great avenues in which to do so. And I'll always say that if you have spare time to engage with one of these roles. I was looking at our boards and commissions uh vacancies while we were discussing this, and just a note that the last time it was updated was July 2nd of 2025, so it might be time to update it because I know that some of these have changed, but that we still have quite a few vacancies. So looking forward to seeing more of you serving the city. Thank you.
Additional, Member Tim?
Um, I'm glad this came forward. I've participated in the past with government classes at Y-High. That is just one small component of this. The other part of being on council is educating folks about, what our role is and then how city government actually functions. People have lots of misconceptions about that. And so the way I've approached that is to point people to resources and tell them not to take my word for it, but to go figure it out, and give them the information they need to be better educated about that. And it comes in all forms. It's people ask questions and demand things of council members that are certainly not within our power. There seems to be sometimes there's a view that things come from the top down, and I don't even like the hierarchical statement of that, but that council directs commissions and things like that. And I think that the flow of information is two-way, and that we ask our community to bring information. And the last ordinance on the text amendment is a great example of that. People coming forward and educating folks on what's needed. And so I think this is great.
Councilmember Tucson?
Yes, I'm in full support of this. In the past, when Trisha has put on the civic engagement events, just meeting the people where they are, providing resources for those in need, and then also having the the education information aspect of it, while also providing some fun music, sometimes even raffles off for the kids and whatnot. It's great on the event level just to bring the community out, but in the overall grand scheme of things, like educating our residents and what they can and can't do, or what their rights are and things of that nature. So I fully support this.
Please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean, you have 1, 2, 5.
Resolution 125, amendments of the 2025-2026 budget and adoption of the 2026-2027 and 2027-2028 fiscal year budgets resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti. That ordinance number 1464 entitled An Ordinance to Amend Budget for 2025-2026 and Adopt Budget for Fiscal 26-27 and 27-28 be approved upon second and final reading. Further, that in accordance with Section 19(2) of Public Act 621 of 1978, also known as the Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act, parameters are hereby given to allow transfers between appropriation accounts and within fund totals and within those activities within the control of each department. I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson.
Good evening, council. During the last meeting on the 12th, staff was asked to bring proposals to decrease the shortfall by 1 million for fiscal year 26, 27. I did send out a summary of the proposed adjustments, and they're broken down into three categories. The first, which are essentially just revenue adjustments, would decrease the shortfall by $333. I'm happy to go through any of those if council has questions, but I'll kind of go just through this real quick. The next one is would decrease the budget shortfall to by 868,833. And then the last section would get to the 1.19 million. I look forward to the council's discussion on this, but I would recommend that council just approves this as a whole. And just inform council that the city does have statutory obligations that we need to provide public safety, zoning, land use, financial transparency, roads, waste collection, things like that. And those are the services that we are required by statute to provide. And then when we have some revenues over expenditures, we can do things with that other than capital projects or one-time programs. So as council discusses, I just want to make sure that you keep that in mind. But I am happy to answer any questions, either myself or Reagan, about the proposed budget adjustments. Yep, so we are open for questions.
Great. So, Councilmember Simmons.
Yes, thank you. I will, so this is really helpful. I will say I was having a very hard time tracking all of the emails and all the things. And actually, I didn't see this until right before the meeting because I was asking one of my colleagues and they're like, did you not see this? So it got lost. So just to say, like, I've been trying to tend to the email knowing that this was the season for this and trying to keep track of all the things. And so I kind of, yes. Anyway, I got lost, I will say. Yeah. But this seeing it in this way is really helpful and useful. I think most of this in general makes sense. And the one of the things that I did want to lift or that I would want to remove is in the allocation for the senior center to come out of the public safety millage. I actually feel a need to not start chipping away at something that we've just allocated because we already have other allocations coming out of that fund for things previously. And I feel like if we start doing that now, then it's more likely to continue. So that would be one that I would want to pull out the six. And I mean, our budget is not falling because of $6,000. So that was one that I wanted to definitely name. And then the other things I mostly understand. There might be some other things that might come up at a later time, but thank you.
All right.
So I don't know if I need to make a motion to do that? I mean, to
We
remove
haven't
this.
adopted this.
Yeah, this hasn't been adopted. I would say the motion, if you're going to adopt some of the things on this, just kind of have a running list and say, okay, these are the ones we want to approve. And then council can do it like that. So it's a single motion.
Mhm.
So I have that one
I think it's
highlighted just so we have reference.
So so maybe we'll just keep track of ones we're taking out. And then
yeah.
And then okay. Thank you. Councilmember Fellows, and then I saw you.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Simmons on that 6,000. I'm interested in having the full discussion about this proposed budget adjustment and seeing, if there's relative consensus on how to go about it. I do however, want to maybe make the suggestion that we move the second reading until our next meeting, given that we have budgeted time to do it in case we needed to have more time to review things. The main reason why I'm recommending that is because during the first reading, we didn't have the full budget book. It wasn't a part of our packet or on the online links ahead of the first budget ordinance reading, meaning that we didn't have that detailed line item of the full budget. Most specifically, we had zero information about the police budget. And because since between then and now we've had like several proposed versions of budget reduction narratives, and I've been kind of going back and forth, trying to get more information about some of the line items as I've been reviewing them. And I just don't feel like this has been enough time to vote on the full budget today. And so I would like to give another 2 weeks or whenever our next meeting is so we can take a little bit more time. But I am interested in the conversation about these proposed budget adjustments. Thank you, Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions about individual items, maybe directed to the city manager. But I'll say at the outset that I agree with Council Member Fellows in terms of not moving forward tonight. I think there's a lot of questions still to be raised in multiple areas. So agree with that. City Manager, could you talk about, just go through these? I don't know if you plan to go through them or want to go through them one by one, or I can ask about a handful that I've got specific questions.
I'm happy to go through them one by one if council would like that. So, yep, no problem.
Maybe by your questions.
I can ask my questions. Okay.
That's
Fine.
And like, y'all want that?
Get as much information out there as possible. But so the redevelopment ready community grant, it's the second one on the list. Is that a grant that when you put the budget together hadn't come through, but now has?
So yes, it was not included in the budget. Every few years, because we are a redevelopment ready community, we do get this grant and we're scheduled for this year. It is planned to be used for the master plan renewal. That was brought up by Joe at the last meeting, and it just hadn't been programmed into the budget as a revenue.
Okay. Mayor, so increase in state cannabis revenue sharing, is that we have seen our numbers for the year and feel like
Yeah.
next year is
For
going
the
to be better
next
than
couple
planned?
of year, or last couple of years, we were over 700,000 more last year than this year. We do budget conservatively for this. While this doesn't push it to 700,000, it would get closer to, what we have been seeing. But there does appear to be a steady decline as the years go forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Decrease in contractual services, so city manager, so that makes sense, but I don't think I see decreases in contractual services anywhere else except maybe code enforcement.
DPW as well.
DPW.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So is some assurance that you've looked at those everywhere? I mean, this is
Yes,
wherever you're making cuts. That's
we went through all contractual services, and mine, I don't typically spend a lot of money out of my accounts, but this would take mine down to 10,000. So, I mean, that's definitely something I can work with. I usually just use it for something that might come up that is needed. It would be under council's, purchasing authority, similar to the Shine team that I referenced last meeting. It would provide the ability to contract for something like that. And then the DPW admin contractual services, it had increased for the this coming year. And so that's something that it would be okay for that to decrease.
Mayor. One other area that you haven't put on here, but that I hope that you would give some consideration to and kind of get out your pencil on this one is overtime across all departments, but of course with an emphasis on the general fund. I know we've had some conversations. I know I ask a lot of questions about that, but that seems to be one where, especially if we reached full staffing in most departments, that's an area that we while we can't control it completely, there is some element of control, and I think we have to exercise that wherever we can. One final note, and this seems to be of all the proposals here, the one, of course, that stands out to me is the removal of the forestry department that we agreed to a year ago. And that's the one case where clearly there's an impact, would be an impact on services. So I can talk about that at length, perhaps some would argue ad nauseum. I won't do that right now. Will if I need to, but just for now, put a marker on it as one that I would like to see off the list.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. So I went through last night, been a busy week since we saw this before, and kind of put in the spreadsheet that you provided. There's the amounts that these are being changed, and I went back and looked at the amounts that were there in terms of what it's increasing from and to, and one of the things that other things that have already been mentioned, but the one thing I'm curious about is the vacation time and sick payout and how that that's it's being reduced by $100,000, and so that was originally budgeted at 270,500, and so that would go down to 170. So along with the question about the overtime, is as our revenues are conservatively estimated, is this expense conservatively estimated at 270,000? Excuse me. I'm just trying to figure out how we can let go of 100,000 in benefits to our.
So this is actually over a number of accounts throughout the
like 7
of employees. So, and largely what this is used for is when someone retires or leaves the city, they have a buyout on their vacation and sick time. So we don't have anyone, or we don't have a lot of people scheduled to retire this coming year. So finance director said that he'd be comfortable with decreasing it to this amount.
Does that leave us with a gap in coming years? I mean, this rolls over every year. We have to redo this, but I'm just curious about, with that, if we're looking at that being an increasing amount over the next few years. So separate from this line item, but it's like, are we going to see that? Because we spend a lot of cash on retirement benefits, and we've got a lot of retirees that are still on our budget. So I'm wondering if we see, a balloon of retirements coming in the future.
Sure. This would be obviously only specific to current employees. But we budget this every year based off of the trends that we're expecting to see. So this will change year to year. So this would be specific to, 26, 27, when our forecasts look as if we should be comfortable without that.
Okay. So the 270,000 wasn't knowing that people were going to be retiring or doing that, but that's just, so the 170,000 is basically, I mean, that goes into ongoing employees getting their sick time and their vacation time. And so we're not encroaching on that at all. Okay. The other, I get the revenue at the top, the other cost savings here. Want to be really protective of DPW. They have been at a deficit in terms of their workspace. I mean, that is difficult. So, capital improvements for that, I certainly want to, keep moving on getting them facilities that are safe and suit their purposes for continued services. The other thing, the other $100,000 item here is the warming center costs. And we've been doing this for a while. We're moving towards having, moving towards. It's optimistic. We've been allocating this for a while, and I think that those funds are essential. I think they provide a service that is, if anything, underfunded in ways. And so I'm curious about how we continue to provide services while taking that out of commission. And
So we're not removing it. Council has programmed that each fiscal year, $100,000 will go into the housing trust fund.
Mhm.
We would just pull that $100,000 out of there instead of the general fund. So we're just
changing what's.
yeah. So it's just it would be coming out of 104.
Gotcha.
More questions? That was it?
No, I may hear some more, but
Okay.
not right now.
Along the lines of the 100,000 for a decrease in building maintenance, can you talk about what that actually means?
So this would be one that can pull off. I would probably pull off this, but this is again why you have the X's at the end. It goes throughout for our city facilities. So we did increase it this coming year, but can we move forward without it? Yes, but I think that that would be one that I would say maybe we keep this one if we can.
Yeah, because I guess my question would be maybe a little bit more detail for folks to understand what things were slated that would likely not happen if this is.
This is just for building maintenance, so things that are going wrong in the building, which
you can name them.
which
I
can
was
be
just name some of those. But okay. So those are some of the things that like even in Bonnie's presentation last week that we talked about flooding, we talked about things needed over at DPW, we talked about things needed at fire, things needed in this building.
yes. So even if if you don't do all of it, if you maybe just 50,000 instead of 100, but yes, that goes through all of our facilities for maintenance. Nothing is necessarily scheduled, but when things go wrong, that would be where we draw that money.
Yeah. And that just, rises up for me a little bit because we talk about how long we allow things to go into disrepair. And once we do try to lift, to fix it, now the cost has ballooned because we've been kicking the can further and further. And so if there are ways that we can, if folks are interested, like we decide to make amendments, since I cannot, but to keep some of that, because I think that there will be things that obviously come up. Look at the weather, how things have been. I've seen stuff tumbling off some of these buildings, y'all, with the wind. And so not wanting to ignore that we'll need some maintenance, I'm sure, in the next year. Oh, Councilmember Quigley? Okay. What? Oh, Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, this is just a direct response or thought around this, or a question. One of the things I know, for instance, we've talked about is some funding we set aside for elevator, and then that there needs to be electrical upgrades and things in this building. Is that something that falls under building maintenance, or is that something that will come?
That comes out of 414, the capital improvement fund.
So what is the?
You're asking about the electrical, right? Not the elevator.
The electrical.
Yeah. It's in 414.
So I guess, well, what is the difference between something like that and what would be considered building maintenance?
So building maintenance is when something goes wrong. But I could also invite Bonnie up here to answer that a little bit better.
Hey, Bonnie.
Yeah,
she's hiding.
Good evening.
So the difference between a capital improvement and a building maintenance item is usually how well you've been able to plan for it and the urgency. So if all of a sudden this room went dark, or like happened a couple of months ago, the lights that started failing. A couple of the lights started randomly flashing. It was bad. Most of that was because the ballasts in these lights were beginning to go bad. They'd reached the end of their lifetime and they just flat out needed replaced, the whole thing. That was about, I want to say $13,000. And that reaches the dollar threshold for a capital improvement, right? Because it's more than $10,000. It goes with the building. If we'd been able to plan for it, heck yeah, that would have come out of 414. We didn't plan for it. It came out of 101, 2650.
And yes, I think that's the point I was trying to make, that we see things often that are not planned for that. And so just considering that.
Yep. And so that's one of the reasons why at the beginning of the year, we had talked about increasing that, at least internally, just because the rate at which unforeseen problems present themselves is increasing.
Councilmember Simmons, you had anything?
I mean, sure. I mean, it's good that you all get it. I'm like, so if something happens, if the light goes out, if there's a blow up here, is that an emergency urgent thing or not? You know what I mean? Like, so but I understand. I don't need to fully understand, I guess. I mean, I guess I'm expected to fully understand, but
It's essentially known and unknown.
uh-huh.
So maintenance,
But we didn't know that we needed a full electrical upgrade when we wanted to put in the elevator. But now we need to do it in order to do this other huge thing, right? So I guess that's where I'm like, that wasn't what we knew, but now in order to do that, it has to happen.
But it wasn't immediate.
It's not
But
urgent.
that just means we haven't done it. We just haven't done the.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's still needed. It just hasn't caught on fire, stopped working.
But it sounds like it might.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, that's what happens. Let's not put in a fryer. Okay.
And it'll go into building maintenance if it happens.
So anyway, I understand. I'm just trying to understand, because some of these things, it's kind of like the money in the different places. It's like, why this, why that there. And so if we're talking about what amount and like what is things that we know we're going to see versus, so that's why I just want to kind of have clarity around some of those things too. So,
well, and a lot of 2650, it's a lot of little things adding up. It's $1,500 here. It's $2,500. It's $7,000 here, where we just have an emergency call and we need something fixed so that everybody can work.
Okay. No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. As we're thinking about a way to move forward, members have identified certain areas that they're maybe not comfortable with yet or won't be comfortable with from the city manager's list. I'm prepared to make an amendment. I won't do it immediately, but I'll see if there's feedback on whether this makes sense to people. But I'm prepared to make an amendment that would, for example, move all of the budget adjustments with the exception of, number one, the decrease in building maintenance, number two, the removal of transfer to forestry, and number three, the allocation for senior center funded by public safety millage. And I don't know if I think I captured all the ones that people had strenuous objections to. But so I'd be prepared to make a motion, would accept the other ones. And even if it's at some point in the future, building maintenance, we want to have some kind of a decrease, that gives us 2 weeks to think about what that level might be, if anything.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, so well, here are my first thoughts on that, which is I think it makes sense to maintain some of the building maintenance, although I feel like maybe we could do it at the 50K. And then the one thing about the forestry that it feels like one of the things as we look at these things and we're talking about what is this looking like long term, like we're doing this because we're saying we're looking in a few years we're going to be up in a harder time. And a lot of these things, it's like, you know, when I have to do my budget, I have to get rid of real money. Like it's like real things. It's not like we overdid this here or what. It's like real stuff. And I feel like a lot of these things aren't really real costs. They're not really like they're kind of moving things around or, you know, we don't need it this year, but you know, maybe we'll come back next year. So I just will say that is a challenge to me because I think you're right when you say like the transfer of forestry to forestry is one of the ones where it is an actual kind of thing, but that is also a cost that I imagine will balloon across time. It won't get less expensive. It's not like a one-time expense. It's an expense that will continue and will continue to grow. So that I think that that's one of my challenges as we're in this conversation without fully working out some of the other revenue pieces and understanding how things are on a larger level to move that because that feels like one of the things that is an actual decrease.
No, I was just gonna add, I think I I agree that some of them require more like time to chew on it, but I think the spirit of what you were sharing was to see where we have alignment and then just pull out the ones that we do want further discussion or further questions on. And then we can either add those back or change them, amend those before adding them into the rest of the list with having 2 more weeks or however many weeks till the next meeting to get more answers, ask questions, and then come back to the second reading of the budget. Is that right?
Mayor, yeah, thank you for saying that. I think that's exactly what I had in mind. I'm not suggesting that any of these three items that I pulled out shouldn't be discussed further. They should be, along with other items. But the spirit is that if we accept that a couple weeks ago we said our target number is to reduce by 1.1 million. If we do all of these things less those three, that's going to get us about 90% of the way there, and allows us to have that final discussion 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. I want to just raise that I spoke with the city manager earlier today, and um, we discussed a little bit about the elevator, which got brought up by Councilmember Simoons, and that's $650,000 allocation that seems like it might not be spent in the next year or two. So that's just like another thing to consider um, in budget discussion if we get to go further into it next time. Um, but I agree with where there's alignment, maybe just I'd like to ask the city manager with these three items moved, is the rest of this in your estimation okay as a cut?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I did have another question regarding the transfer back to the general fund from the capital improvement. When I was looking through the line item for the capital improvement, I didn't quite get this because it says it's on 1.5 million in the capital improvement fund, and $200,000 doesn't really put a dent in that, but it's just like does it? It's just like so. We have this fund and we're planning for elevators and electrical systems and things like that. And it's just like how much of this is um, essentially planned?
Sure. So the little over 1 million was budgeted and for fiscal year 25, 26. We didn't actually do any transfers for the next 2 fiscal years. So this essentially is just removing 200,000 from what was transferred last year back to the general fund. So no, it's not going to impact necessarily any projects.
Councilmember McLean? Yeah.
So With that discussion, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we accept the city manager's proposal in its entirety, with the exception, the three exceptions, the decrease in building maintenance, the removal transfer to forestry, and the allocation for senior center funded by public safety millage. I so move.
Support by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Discussion? All right, please call. Oh, whoa, Mayor Pro Tem.
Um, we've been going by this this plan or this estimate of things, and I'm just curious about how the rest of council thinks about other things that are not on this list that could be added. There's only been one thing that was in terms of the overtime and all departments, and whether that needs to be part of the amendment or part of a larger discussion before we get to, I mean, we can approve this amendment and then continue talking about the budget in general, but I just want to put that out
Yeah, I will say I was looking at this as moving forward what we can agree on from what was presented to us is that we know, and then kind of talking about other ideas so that we have again to chew on that before the final reading. Other comment?
Can you just repeat the three?
Yes. There's three lists on this. So this is the first one is in the middle of the second list. It's decrease in building maintenance. That was $100,000. And the last two are on the final list of the three. $100,000 removal of transfer to forestry. And then the third one on that bottom part, $6,000 allocation for senior center funded by public safety millage.
I did just send to all of council just a highlighted version of what was removed just for ease.
Thank you. So quick. I appreciate it. All right. Further discussion on the amendment. All right. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Okay. Further discussion. Thank you. Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, I know that Pro Tem brought up the, other things that could be added to the list, and I mentioned the elevator, which is 650,000. I'm not suggesting that be added. I'm just know that it's something that my impression, and correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, is that it might not or like because the electrical work makes sense to do first, that the elevator might not be prioritized for a minute until that's completed.
Yes, if this is what council wanted to move forward with, I mean, there is a way to probably do the elevator and the electrical necessary for the elevator, but then again, it makes it more difficult to move forward with just the electrical.
Can you restate that?
So yeah, so in putting in a new elevator, there's going to be some electrical component that goes with it. And that could be handled separately, but there's a much more comprehensive issue with our electrical in this building that if handled all at once, it'll make it a little bit easier. And then that would be done.
Yeah. And so the relative costs of the elevator specific electrical work versus the entire building.
Sure. And there was, and it's actually in this list. Oh, no, actually didn't make this list. So there is another line item in 414 that includes like that there 600 specific to City Hall, and that's specific to the electrical. And it's allocated from the 1 million that was budgeted last year. So it's pulled out of that.
We've been waiting on this. The elevator issue has been years.
Yes.
incoming, and we started budgeting for this. It was breaking down all the time. Staff members and people visiting the building were not able to get up to the floors that they need to be at, and that's we don't have a dumb waiter in the back or anything,
Sure.
getting people up and down.
So why this has come about is, as council knows, we did an assessment on all of our facilities. And as a result of that, the issue with the electrical was worse than we had expected.
Anticipated. I can appreciate that. I bought a new range.
Sure.
Had to rewire my house and get a new line from the pole just because I bought a new stove. And so I can appreciate how that works, but just I'll have to look into the budget for that line item in terms of that. You know, I've still got rubbish in my head. I know some people think that, but you know, it's $600,000 that we're taking out of this, and I'm trying to figure out a way that we can reduce that expense or how we fund that.
Sure.
Anything that I think about involves more time than this fiscal year. Right. So it's like renegotiating contract, you know, increasing the millage, you know, any number of solutions. But that's going to take more than this year. So there's not a realistic way to reduce that rubbish contract in the.
Right. Yes. And as it stands now, we're going to continue to have a structural deficit in that fund that we will need to cover from the general fund until another revenue source is identified, or once this contract is up, we think of a different way in order to provide that service that perhaps costs less.
Yeah, thanks.
Further comment from council?
I guess I did have one. The expenditure in there's $25,000 reduction in 101.75.2077, and those are wages and benefits. There were 20 lines in benefits when I looked up that. I'm just curious about what that $25,000 represents for within all of those.
And this is not included in what I sent out today.
Oh,
Yeah, where's that?
7520. So it was in the original spreadsheet. that you
Oh,
sent
this
out.
decrease in professional development? No.
No, it was 75, 20, 77. And okay, so if that's been taken
Yeah,
out.
that was taken out.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. That was removed. That was another thing where we would transfer the cost of that to 205, but we removed that with this final one.
That wasn't in this.
Yes.
All right. Again, I apologize.
Yep, no problem.
No, it's
I sent out a lot of
It's a lot. There are a lot.
spreadsheets
Yeah.
and all kinds of
This
stuff.
was
There are a lot of things. I had to use multiple screens to look at all this stuff.
Yeah.
All right, further comment on
Councilmember Fellows.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, just going back to the overtime discussion. You know, when I was looking through this, it seems like the most significant overtime is coming from the police department. And so, you know, if somehow that it can be reduced because of the many more positions being filled, then that would be great. I don't know if that is the case because it wasn't necessarily presented to us in the police presentation. And so I'm not sure if the city manager has any more information about that, but that would be something to evaluate.
Yes, and staff is looking into that. Largely, it should, but it also, the PD gets requested to be a part of a lot of different events to come to this thing, or say something's happening and last time a similar thing happened, there was a need for additional police. So it's difficult to forecast those things. Finance does budget overtime based on trends. So looking at, and the chief and I talked about this earlier, and he's on, so if he has anything to add, but there might be potential to decrease some of the overtime, but it's still, we're kind of looking at it to really make sure that we have what we need. This fiscal year, the current one, we budgeted $250,000. We're almost at 330 right now, so it is something that's difficult. But yes, if we're full staffed, it should have a positive impact.
Yeah, just following up on that. I would like to see that as in the next when we revisit this. And also maybe some like a list of the special events because I did ask for that last time and I'm just wondering about it because I know that we had our just a little bit of a discussion during fee waivers last year where we were asking you know events that are requesting a lot of police presence to pay for the overtime. So I'm just kind of wondering like what maybe that is a way to go forward is not to
We actually, or council did rather, you remove the fees for police officers. Now, events are required to have their own private security. That's kind of, this is separate than that. There are other like community things that are going on that an officer would be asked to be at. There was an event over the weekend that last time something similar happened, there was an issue. So it was requested that police be on standby there. That's something I can discuss, not an open meeting, but so there are things that are outside normal events, such as like a protest. We would need to have a police officers at least there to, just monitor. But so there are things that come up that we just don't have control over that may require additional police presence.
that sounds understandable. Maybe just like a list of the special events that are not, uh incidents that are unpredictable would be great. And then the overtime reduction, the potential overtime reduction that could happen. And I did just want to mention that we still have two vacancies as far as I understand, which are about 110,000 each in our budget.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, just on this point, I think there's a couple of things coming to mind. One is, I guess this is another part where I'm like, what is the difference? What is the difference between if we have an officer on duty and there's an event and they go to an event? If they're already being paid to be working, why is that then automatically overtime?
So those officers are on call, so we would have to have an additional duty on.
Oh, I
It's
mean,
in addition to our normal.
so, but if they're on call, they go to an event to smile and wave, and the call comes in, they say, I gotta go because actually my responsibility is to the call.
Sure, and the call volume that the police department receives, it's not really practical to have that. You would need to have an additional officer on in order to be present for those specific events. And some of the events, they have to be there the entire time.
So I guess this makes me think about a couple of things. One is hopefully we see that this will change as we bring on other kind of responses to fill some of this call volume. So I think that hopefully some of these things come into play. And then I think, and maybe it's hard for us to understand without knowing, because when I hear about events and I hear about what you're naming as our core service responsibilities, I don't think that being at events is core service responsibility, that we need to then hold that full cost.
The chief is just, sorry to interrupt, but the chief is on with his hand up. So if anybody he'd be here to answer as well. But sorry to cut you off.
Does he want to?
Chief Anderson, you have something you want to say?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of offer a little bit into the conversation. Councilwoman Simmons, made a great point, is that when you have somebody on shift already, why can't we send them to an event? Simply because we can't predict the run count that's coming in. And when, right now we're running with a sergeant. And when I say running, we're staffed with a sergeant and 3 officers. I would offer to you that that is extremely low, and that when you have a sick call, when you have vacation, we've actually taken steps at certain time periods to reduce that to a sergeant and 2 officers for the sake of trying to lower the overtime costs. I realize we haven't been as successful, but I would say to this council, having a sergeant and 3 officers for the call load that the city of Ypsilanti requires is, in my opinion, low. And so when we have these events, we can't risk sending an officer and removing them from the road, if that makes sense. It's dangerous. It's kind of it's a balance, and that they can be pulled away at a moment's notice. But again, it's difficult when you already have 3 officers.
And I guess then the other question is about the kind of like the events and frequency and how people are requesting, what are some of the things that that is then bringing this additional service.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we've been putting together a list. Some of these things, unfortunately, through some of these I kind of outdated systems, if you will, in the system in the city, we're trying to compile a list of all the events. It's quite difficult, but like trunk or treats, right? When people, at different Halloween functions, they request a vehicle and they request an officer. There's been block parties in the city where they request an officer. Last Friday, the city manager kind of alluded to it, but there was a concern, a public safety concern of an event that was being hosted I say hosted, but hosted in the city. And I have to gauge where if several people are raising that, hey, there's a public safety crisis, I can't ignore what people are saying. If we're going to have a large group, we have to try to prepare and bring on additional staffing when it's appropriate based off the level of complaints. But I have been compiling a list and then I'm looking forward to the city manager here to try to track some of those special events.
Yeah, I think this like raises again like these conversations with our community. I think that we have to be in partnership and also naming like the realities. We want to make sure that we have strong services and manage some of these costs. So I think that yeah, so I don't quite know exactly how we do that, especially if it seems like it's a lot of different ones. But I do think it raises a possible need for that because I agree that the priority of having folks who can respond to calls should be our first priority. So
Agreed. And I would just offer, like, we know we're having a Memorial Day parade. I know that's more of a city sponsored, but that obviously we have to have the entire department working for the Memorial Day parade. I'm probably the only person that's not making overtime. So we have to kind of gauge that cost because it's going to increase.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Question I have is that, I see Chief Hobbs and his folks out at special events too. Do they get paid overtime for that?
Yes, please. So it can be in the microphone.
Like National Night Out.
Handle it both ways. National Night Out as shift on duty responds. It depends on what the request is. If we have a neighborhood association We'll tell them, we'll send it, depending on staffing, we'll typically send a truck out, but we let them know they're on duty. If something happens, they have to leave. That's a typical response.
Okay, so I was meeting with constituents in Candy Cane Park, and a couple of you guys came strolling up, and
Yeah.
I was like, "Hey, good to see
We
you."
try to make the public events, and they're on duty. Like I said, we're in the city, respond in the city. We operate different than the police. We're there for different reasons, so we operate a little bit differently. But as a officer contacted me the other night through email, Juneteenth, we're understaffed. Okay, call 2 people in for Juneteenth. That's an automatic because we're there for 2 reasons: EMS and also have a presence at the event. So that's not negotiable.
Thanks.
And just to add, the overtime that is in the budget for this fiscal year for fire is 158,626, and then next fiscal year is 163,384.
Can I address that real quick? I got no.
Thank you.
Cheers.
You're saying versus
No, is it about?
versus what is it?
Oh, wait.
I think he's just giving the numbers
Mhm.
that are budget. Okay. All right, everybody, just one second.
Yeah, but-
Chief Hobbs, go ahead.
So the question was raised last time. So I had to think about this. And I gave you guys a quick summary last time. So extra duty day, staffing and overtime. So I averaged out about $150,000. That's about 158. So the city manager says you divided that by the 22 personnel, they got $6,818. So extra duty days of staffing, that's affected by vacation, sick days, CAD days, maternity leave, paternal leave, military leave, funeral leave, FMLA, personal leaves, light duty, and workers' comp. And we had a city manager previously, a couple, 3 years ago, and he looked at our sick time payouts, which came up, and we're allowed 10 sick days a year without a sick slip, without a doctor's notice. And I don't know if you realize that, but his thought was, I'd rather pay you now than pay you later. So if you use the time now, even if it creates overtime now, I don't pay you at a higher rate later. Not everybody uses those 10 sick days, but they're there. And some people do use those 10 sick days because they don't have to have verification from a doctor's notice. And then there are people like myself who never take a sick day and bank the time. So it balances out, but that's there and that affects that overtime. Okay. The other part of that is the training piece, which creates overtime, and that's got like the overtime, not extra duty days, is like training. We send someone to staff and command. We pay for staff and command. We have to have an officer on duty. If there's an officer on duty, we always have to have an officer on duty, so we always have to fill that spot. Holdovers, callbacks due to ongoing emergencies or extended emergencies, such as fires and things on I-94 and things like that. Those are unscheduled overtime events. You can't plan for those fires and things like that. So those also create overtime. So out of that whole thing, it's like $158,000.
You said you had another question.
Yeah, not for Chief Hobbs. If there's another
Thank
question
you
for
for
Chief
Chief
Hobbs while he's
Hobbs.
up here.
He's here.
Just while you're here, you said it's people like you that bank those hours. Do you get to cash them in at the end of the year?
No, at the end of my career.
Said it
Oh,
retired.
okay. Okay.
Retirement. Sometimes you guys are gonna force me to leave.
So those are year to year sick days roll over?
Yeah, bank the time.
Sick time, the only hours that don't roll over are personal time. Everything else rolls over. And then you get paid out when you leave the city.
See what you're doing.
Yeah.
See, I
Do you have any vacancy? No.
See what you.
It's all in the contract.
Yeah, no, right, right.
Yeah, I get it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Remember time you had a question?
Yeah, I thought Councilmember McLean was going to ask this question, but I'll ask it for him. Do we have any vacancy credits in this budget?
Yes, there's 5% through each department.
5%. So
I saw it in the other funds as well.
I was about to say, I thought Reagan said that was only.
What I saw,
Mike.
okay. And then you removed it. Yeah, I see it there because that's the permanent wages, salaries, so it's there.
Right.
I understand. I think they're trying to figure it out.
90. Yep, they took it out of here. Okay.
what's that?
Yeah, it's for fiscal year 26, 27, 27, 28 was removed for the 5%. For everything else, it's only in police, the fiscal year we're on currently, it was 5% throughout the city.
And the upcoming year?
In the upcoming year, it's just 5% in PD. So the next 2 fiscal years is just the 5% out of PD.
And the next question is for Chief Anderson. Before you were chief, we had a presentation from Chief Moore about a taser system that upgrade. And at the time that came up, we looked at it and went, that's a whole lot of cash. And I asked the question is how often, you have a report that's due when your gun is discharged, and how often are these tasers being deployed? Because it changed from being just buying equipment to an SAS system in which it's a subscription for service. And I haven't seen it in the budget, but I'm curious about what that was, because I recall that it was about $250,000 for that. And I'm not sure if that was the total cost over years, and we're paying out $50,000 per year. But if you could give me the information on that, and how often it's been deployed, and what the actual cost for that contract is.
Yes, sir. I'd have to follow up on that. I don't know the exact cost of that contract. Again, that was something that was handled by Chief Moore, but I do know, I think you're in the ballpark with that number, and I do know it's broken up into smaller estimates. What I would say is we've been very fortunate. I don't think we've had a taser deployment this year. However, the taser is a less lethal weapon, and some people like you to use it, call it a weapon, but it's a less lethal tool. I would say, it's a very expensive tool, and it's going to continue to increase. So I can agree with you there. But if we did not have a taser, the liability that we would assume increases, because best practice in law enforcement is to add tools to a law enforcement officer, not to take them away. So certain issues that you may be able to handle with a taser, if the officer didn't have it, what would they resort to then if they were confronted with a force situation? But I definitely can pull those numbers and pull that contract, because I do know that there's installments that's being made on that contract.
And when you pull those numbers, can you also pull, at the time that we negotiated the contract, we had a huge number of vacancies in the department. And so
Yeah.
I don't know if that estimate was based on full staffing, or if that was based on the then current staffing with some increase in staffing that was less than full. So if you could check that, that'd be great.
Yeah, what I would say is I'm pretty sure that he purchased tasers for the entire department as our vacancies, but I do know he did not purchase a taser for himself or me, just because weren't assigned to road patrol per se. And I do know, again, still I don't have a taser, and I know my admin lieutenant doesn't carry one, because as you buy more, it just becomes more expensive, and they often are in like packages where if you get above, let's say 35 or 34, there's an additional cost. So I do know that he attempted to buy or purchase the most reasonable amount for the actual staffing that we had. So when a new officer comes in, we generally have a taser for them.
Yeah, and I guess the follow-up question to that is that necessary, or is it more practical to have tasers for a given shift, so that when you change shifts, I'm just trying to look for efficiencies here. Is it certainly a taser is more expensive than a revolver, right?
Yep.
And so, is it necessary to have 34 of these, or a shift plus 25% or 50% or something like that, so that we have them? It's like, think about other weapons. Not everybody's walking around with a shotgun either, but so if you could look at that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So Reagan just showed me the contract. It's broken up over 5 years, and it's $30,000 per year.
30,000 per year. Thank you.
Councilmember King?
So just a quick question that I guess the city manager or the chief could answer if possible. You mentioned an event happened last week and you knew, or it sounded like Chief Anderson said maybe other residents complained. And that event, the police has to come out. Were the fees waived or did they have to pay for that event?
It, it, it wasn't necessarily an event. It was something that was occurring at a organization that they, based off past practices, they requested that a police officer be present. And again, this is something that it's not appropriate really to talk about it in an open meeting. So that's.
So we can't discuss if they had to pay or not?
They didn't.
Okay.
Because it actually wasn't an event. Like maybe it's a mistake to use the word event. These are just other things that are happening in the city where an officer is requested. So it's not necessarily like an event, like they file like an application or anything like that. It's just something is occurring, and because of that and because of concerns over that, they're requesting a police officer.
Can I add on? So, for instance, I mean, an example. I know you can't talk about that, but like, if there is a funeral that there is a request, is that one of those that there would be no fee?
Yeah, because it's not actually an event.
Right. I'm just giving.
Or like a protest, if something happened like that, it's not something we're going to charge the protest for those fees.
I'm just trying to wrap my mind around what
You're talking about funeral procession.
Yeah, procession or like, but also I've seen in previous times, even with like the sheriff's department or the PD, where due to a situation associated with that event, there was presence because of concern from maybe the funeral home, maybe the family, maybe this or that. Again, I've seen that a numerous of times. It's not a specific one time, I was going to use the word event, but it's not a one-time thing. I've seen it across the board in different municipalities as well. And those things are not charged to
correct
entity. Okay. All right. Councilman King,
that was my only question.
I've kind of lost where we were on this, but Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I know we've already talked about probably moving this until our next meeting. But I guess I just wanted to see before doing that if there's other things that people are wanting us to consider or that might be coming forward. Because that's what I've been thinking about now. So I don't know. I'm thinking that might be where we are. I just want to
I think so.
see if there's other things.
Other things? Oh.
So.
Okay.
Try to be responsive to the question.
All right, Councilmember McLean.
So I was just going to ask Reagan, pursuant to what Councilmember Wilcoxon asked earlier about the vacancy credit. I was under the impression that it was already included. We've learned tonight that it wasn't included except for police. And so I wonder if you couldn't get Reagan the reduction to the general fund from a 1% vacancy credit, and then we can extrapolate whether it should be 2, 3, 4, whatever. Is that the savings to the general fund?
For the vacancy credit?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you said you wanted for the whole city employees?
Well, I think the whole city, but break out the part that hits the general fund.
Okay.
And I'm just suggesting that you give us 1%, and then we can have a conversation about what the appropriate level would be. So, if you give us 1%, we can figure out 2% or 3%.
So next fiscal year, police salaries are 5,978,155. So 1% is about, $60,000.
Is that all funds or is that general fund?
That's all salaries.
all funds?
Yes,
Mostly general fund.
mostly general fund,
Not
but all
all.
funds, yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, just to answer the question. I don't have any specific plans at this point for changes to besides the ones we discussed, but I would just request that if there are any more allocations or suggested removals, that it would be included in the packet so we can anticipate them ahead of time. And I'm just saying that for myself too out loud. If I decide to do something, I want to put it in the packet so that everybody can see it.
Thank you. Member Jim, you had something?
I guess there were three things. They're small amounts, but they're things that council has discretion over. Um, and I'm just putting them out there as feelers here. Fee waivers have been costly, and we've limited that cost in the past few years. But is that something that we could just get rid of, and people can pay the fees or not pay the fees, and they can fundraise to figure that out. The other thing is the mini grants. I'm sorry. And then the third thing is council professional development. And those are all fairly small funds, but if we're looking at $6,000 here and those kinds of things, just want to put those out there.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up the mini grants and just put it out there as if we were gonna take that up. And I had asked to see our professional development to look at that as well. And then I guess, and I could have missed this, but when I looked at the allocation for the senior center, it made me think about the typical allocation for Park Ridge. Is that not in?
So the 6,000 that we pay to the senior center is a part of their lease.
So right. So like what we've given in the past to
And then
Park Ridge is not.
Park Ridge, we pay for a half employee.
And is that equal? Is that an equal amount?
It is not.
Way more.
Park Ridge is way more.
Councilmember King?
I would just say, if anything, out of what Mayor Pro Tem said, it would only be the fee waivers. I don't agree with, even though I know we're not there, but I would say no to taking out professional development. And what was the other one?
The mini grants.
Oh, and the mini grants, because that's a way for us to be in community with the community. So I personally would say no.
Well, it's not currently in the budget.
Yeah.
I know. Okay. It's not in the budget right now.
Those are the things that we have to add. We'd have to add.
Oh.
So, yeah, that's why our brain brought up, because we haven't put them in or anything.
So if I can, just for the fee waivers, we have spoken about this internally and maybe adjusting our fees a little bit and then just removing the ability to waive fees from the ordinance and just bring our fees down. And then we just say you pay it or don't. The majority of other communities don't have a process to waive fees. Some don't do it for nonprofits, but a lot of them do.
I mean, I agree. I think our fees should make sense so that we don't have to have fee waivers. And I think that has been volatility in terms of, it's gone up exponentially at points, and then we have to intervene and bring them down. And so I think that we should have a discussion about like what makes sense, and have staff bring us something reasonable for us to talk about, as we've seen what the issues have been with all the folks asking for the waivers. So I'd be supportive of removing that or not adding that in for fee waivers if we knew, and we guarantee we're going to have that discussion around lowering the.
Yeah, typically we bring the fees, at sometime in July.
In July, yeah. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I appreciate Pro Tem and just bringing up ideas so we can hear them ahead of time. And the fee waivers, I guess I would just highlight that since we don't have a Parks and Recs department, it's kind of like in lieu of that, since we don't do our own programming, that we kind of rely on the community to do programming. And I agree, I would love to never see a fee waiver again. But, until we've all agreed on what are the fair fees, I probably wouldn't support removing that until that's all sorted out, and then we eliminate it from the ordinance.
And there's allocations in the budget for fee waivers already?
I don't believe
I don't
so.
think so. I was
Oh,
gonna
there
say,
isn't?
it's not there yet. Yeah, so the three things that Mayor Pro Tem brought up are items that we've done but are not currently
Not in
in the budget.
Oh.
Yeah. Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, just as we're talking about things that aren't in the budget, but that we would need to take up as a council. I guess this will just be a yearly thing to talk about council pay. I was actually just looking at cost of living and what they're proposing, and actually there's a proposal that would increase it from I think it was maybe was it 2.6 or 2.8% to I think they're projecting it'll be 3.9%. So these jumps are happening each year. When we're talking about service, we talk about the time and it is increasing. We were just talking about, and especially as we try to do more engagement in community, the more civic committees, the more groups, we were just talking about we have 2 to 3 things this week each night for council. And so I recognize that people find it not popular or something, but it is. I actually have people who bring it up to me because especially they see the work. And especially because when we think about who gets to serve on council, and all of the different responsibilities that we have in order to do it. So anyway, I just am bringing that up as something else that would be something that we would need to add. I was looking at even with that amount, even like for us, it's still a very low amount. It's actually like barely, so it's still, wait, hold on, I might even still have it in here. Let me see if it's here. Oh, my calculator did not save it. But anyhow, so that's something else I'll probably try to look into a bit.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, maybe I have a suggestion, which is with the things that got brought up that I didn't realize some of these were not in the budget. So perhaps we can request staff come up with uh, budget proposals for mini grants, fee waivers, council development, and fairer council compensation. Not that we're adding that to the budget, but just that it is presented to us, so that we don't have to write our own individual resolutions for these things. Since it seems like there's some interest for some of these items.
So this does not necessarily would need a resolution and just would be a motion as was done in previous budget years. So I mean, if you want 10,000 in mini grants, say, just say I move to add 10,000 in mini grants.
Well, I'll move to request staff come up with budgets for mini grants, fee waivers, council development, and fairer council compensation.
We already provided budgets for that, and the ordinance council's supposed to set its own salary. We could come up with mini grants and fee waivers. We'll probably just do what we did the past 2 years, which is $15,000. But council should come up with its own pay increases.
And I think we did 10,000 for the youth mini grants. I think this year we did 10,000.
Yep, I think you are right. So 10,000, then 15,000 for fee waivers is what we will put in.
Well, I moved.
Oh, wait.
There's a motion on this.
Did motion that.
I will support it, and I will say I will support it too, because I believe one year Reagan did bring us a council compensation.
Yeah, this is just requesting staff to come up with it, And you just said that would probably be 15,000 for mini grants, 15,000 for fee waivers, and yeah, whatever the finance director and the city manager comes up for the other items, I would be interested in looking at that.
Been moved and supported. Discussion?
Clarification on
Yeah.
what the motion is.
So correct me if I'm wrong. I heard the motion was to direct the city manager and finance director to come up with amounts for mini grants, fee waivers, and council compensation.
Council development was also mentioned.
Professional development.
Oh, professional.
Professional development's already in the budget, should be in 1010. I think it was 10,000.
Yeah.
There, okay, then I would remove the council professional development.
So mini grants.
I believe Steve had the council, you had the council conferences, right? Or is that not you?
You had put the professional development, but that's something that in terms of you want to be considerate, you want us to be talking about it more?
To look at it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong.
Fee waivers, mini grants, and compensation.
I'm not in support of council compensation. I don't want to have that conversation anymore.
Well, I mean, just because I don't understand, I'm bringing it, you don't, I understand that you personally don't feel like you need to be paid to do council work. I get that. But I'm bringing it forward because I have a dependent and, so yeah, so I want to bring it forward. It's something, I mean, if you want to donate yours to me, I would be for that too. So we can leave that at
I mean, it's a motion, right?
understand.
Starts to vote on that directive, and folks will vote in the way that aligns with what they would like to see.
Absolutely. And I was just airing my thoughts. So that's what it is.
So the motion is to just bring that information forward.
To have the finance director and the city
approving
manager
it.
bring that information forward.
So that we, so we don't have, it's more so that we don't have to come up with it ourselves. Okay.
Councilmember McLean?
I'm sort of puzzled by the motion. Normally, when we ask the city manager to do something, there's some clarity, but on what basis might he determine what the proper pay should be? I think we're putting him in somewhere close to an impossible position.
Councilmember Fellows?
This is actually simple. It's the finance director, Reagan, brought a council compensation, before I was on council, but at one point, and the council voted it down. I think it was a pretty minimal increase. So that's what it is asking for, basically, just like based on, our current budget, the whatever factors that you determined for the last time that it came forward, just use that as a way to evaluate what will come before us, and then we will, vote on those things.
I believe those amounts were requested by council, but that's fine. We'll 2.5%. We'll bring it forward.
Councilmember King?
I mean, I was just gonna say it could go by cost of living. I mean, I feel like this is one of those conversations where it doesn't have to be that difficult because again, the request was simply just to bring some numbers forward so we can look and see if that fits in line with our budget.
Thank you. Mayor Protem?
I guess between these two questions, one is a cost of living increase. And the question was there more being asked other than just inflationary increase? Is there something else that's being asked for?
In terms of the fair pay piece?
Council, yeah.
Motion is just, please bring us a figure.
So they
What does the figure represent?
Right, they can decide
Is it-
what the
is it-
figure is
is it
about.
COLA?
Okay.
Is it a cost of living adjustment? Is it $25,000 a year per person? What is that?
City manager said 2.5%.
Okay, I'm just clear.
Which is based on what the city manager is gonna decide to bring forward.
Yeah, which is less than the cost of living, which is, the cost of living is right now is either 2.6 or 2.8. So I would say, I think it is important to be clear about it. So I guess I would say, what is it for staff when we're looking at when they're doing cost of living adjustments each year? What is that based on?
Go by the COLA that's given to the TPOAM union. That most of it is negotiated per contract, and then non-union just goes with whatever TPOAM gets.
So I guess I would just start at the COLA that then they use, and then we can make considerations and the percentage and what that amount would be since we each get paid different amounts. So that was the part where I was like, when I was trying to do my back of the napkin, because I don't know what the mayor and pro tem get. So yeah. Huh?
I get the same as you.
No, you don't.
The pro tem gets more.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Yeah. I know that there's a difference. I don't.
Yeah,
So all I'm saying, and what I'm saying, I mean, I think this is helpful because it will be helpful to know the percentage and what that looks like in dollar form. Um, and I think eventually, I think we do have to have a fuller conversation. Again, I think this is a conversation with community because what I hear is that community folks, in terms of some of the different services, some of the different outreach, some of the different ways they like us to show up to things too, and how they want us to like how quickly they want us to respond to things. Like people have all these expectations. And so I think that this is going to be an important conversation overall, actually. I think this, among other things, when we're talking about our budget and the services and the role that we play in as council members who are engaged in community, how that comes out, what that looks like. How much time are we expected to volunteer, which is a lot of time. I know for myself, at least when I keep track. But then also, in terms of, these expectations. So I think when you're saying like, oh, is it a certain amount? I don't know that we're at that place yet. I don't know if this cost of living adjustment isn't going to catch us up from however many years it was. I remember the last time there was the last time there was an increase, which was before I was on council. That was the first time there was an increase in like a very, very, very long time. And so we're already, again, like quite a few years in um, anyway, so yeah, I think that would be helpful as just a starting point. And then that way we don't have to come up with new numbers. We can just do based on what is already the current practice. Unless there's other things that people would suggest, but that would be the.
Accept that if that's your friendly amendment for COLA as a baseline.
So there's a minute on the floor. Councilmember McLean.
Just a note, since I'm remembering that I'm not able to explain my vote, but it sounds like the city manager has already agreed to get what is being asked for. So I'm not sure if a motion is needed, but if a motion comes before us and we do have to vote, while I am all for getting the information, I think the amendment in the form of an amendment has the potential to be misconstrued as us on council asking the city manager what kind of raise we should get. And I don't want that misconstrual at all. So I won't support it, though I'm perfectly happy to hear that the city manager is willing to provide the information. I think maybe we should leave it with that.
Great. Yeah, I'll bring forward the COLA adjustment that is provided to staff currently for council.
As well as the mini grants and the.
Yep. And those I'll just
fee waivers, the
keep
same as
static with whatever
what
they are
were
now.
before. All right, do you all still want to move forward with the motion?
No, I mean, I'm fine with rescinding the motion. Just having that information is great. Just the 10 for me.
You good, Councilmember Sin? Or Councilmember King was King? Councilmember King.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Further discussion. We are still on the budget. I think we've made some strides here. I know that we're getting information about items that folks had questions about. Are we ready to move this, table it, or?
So move.
Oh, I can't make a motion, sorry.
I'm
Oh, you're moving it, okay.
Support, move to table,
All right, I was,
move to table the budget.
all right, well, Councilmember McLean actually did it. I was
Oh,
like, not.
I support.
All right, support. All right, so moving support to table
Until,
until the next meeting.
okay.
That's what he said. His voice just carried over here. Yeah. All right, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
The motion has been tabled.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, you have 1, 2, 6.
1, 2, 6.
1, 2, 6.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Okay. I'll be right back.
Whereas ordinance 10270 specifies that the city may choose to waive event fees for good cause shown or for an individual case of hardship. Whereas Ypsilanti Youth Orchestra's end of year event will take place Saturday, June 13th, 2026 at the Ypsilanti Freight House. And whereas Ypsilanti Youth Orchestra's event organizer is requesting that the city waive the application and event fees for the 2026 event due to the benefit provided by the event to the community. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the request to waive the application, event, and street closure fees totaling $2,500 for the Ypsilanti Youth Orchestra, and I so move.
Moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember King.
Can I just, one quick thing on this too? So I had a chance to speak with Kasha and she was noting that, she wasn't sure that the fee amount was correct because there's not a street closure and it's just a 1-day event. I think originally they might have been looking at a multiple day thing, but they have scaled it back. So it's now just a 1-day event and there's not a street closure. And so, so she wanted to make sure I mean, I don't think that unless she is online.
Sorry, what's her name?
Oh, Kasha. Yeah, she was saying she's likely not able to do this actually because of doing more music things with young people. So anyway, but she wanted to make sure that we knew that going into it too.
So there might be.
And also the other thing she wanted to make sure was clear is that she because it notes that in the past she has gotten a waiver, but that was for a different organization than this one too. So that was the other thing she wanted to make sure that we are aware of.
Thank you. All right. Discussion from council. Why can't I find?
I don't know what the actual cost would be with that, and we don't have the breakdown of the cost.
I was looking, I can't.
Yeah, I know. I went back and forth too. So we don't have the break because I was like, oh, what is that? So we don't have the breakdown of the cost. I don't know if you have that, Andrew, but to see whether there are costs for things like street closure and things like that.
I have the.
I don't think it was provided.
The
breakdown?
The breakdown.
At least I didn't see anything. I asked.
Bonnie's pulling it up.
Yeah.
It's just a waiver.
Wait, are we? Oh,
No. looking at this, and I made assumptions about what that number represented because that other information wasn't there, right? Great House is at fees. Great House was being charged here.
Yeah, I mean, it would seems like it would be like an hourly fee for the freight house.
Right.
At the nonprofit rate, I think.
So the
Nothing. So where we were looking at for numbers for.
Yeah, because I was gonna ask that. Where is it?
So for 612, they have the building from 9 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. Entire building, weekend resident. The resident rate is the same as the nonprofit rate, so that's the subsidized hourly rate. It's at $350 per hour for a total of $2,100 for 6 hours there. And the entire building weekday resident for 2 hours, it's $150, so $300 total, plus the $100 application fee is $2,500 total. There is a 50% security deposit refundable upon conclusion of the event, which is not included in the fee waiver for $1,200. Does that answer the question?
We got 2,100, 300, and
100.
100.
Yep.
Equals to 25.
You were saying that this was previously scheduled as a multiple day event, or?
So that is, looks like the per day. amount.
Yeah, and so so now it's like kind of unclear because the time that's in the app in this application doesn't match it doesn't match a time, I guess. That makes sense because right now the way it says Friday, June 12th, 4 p.m. for setup and then ending on Saturday. So maybe we just need actually clarification of what the time, because I'm
So
not
the times are limited as to what we can actually put into in triple C. So I believe that the total amount of time being charged is correct. It just, how it appears in triple C is a little bit weird. Does that make sense?
Well, I guess I'm saying because I'm looking at what Tasha put in. But are you saying that you all have had separate conversations and that you're like, this is what the time is on the Saturday?
So,
because it just goes until 5 p.m.
I have not had a conversation with the applicant. I assume that Bubbles has had many conversations with the applicant.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what you're saying is that this amount that we have is the correct amount in terms of the use of the freight house for a day, but not, so it doesn't include other things that's not.
It doesn't include a street closure. It doesn't include,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it does include the application fee and it does include the event fee.
Mm-hmm. And what's the event? I'm sorry, the event fee, just separate from a rental fee?
So the rental fee is the event fee.
Okay, all right. Okay. Oh.
All right. Other questions?
Yeah, I guess so this is the application says this is an end of year thank you party, which is also a performance.
Yes.
Perform party afterwards. Got it. And the opening time for Saturday is all day is 6 hours.
Councilmember King,
I'm just wondering, was the cost correct just because I stepped out?
Yes.
Yes, it was correct.
Okay.
Further conversation about this?
I mean, one thing I would just say is that we haven't expended or gotten really, we haven't expended the amount that we had allocated for this, and we're almost at the end of our fiscal year.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I guess, comparing this to the cruise nights, they were proposing $3,300 for 3 years, and this is $2,500 for one event. And it's like, that seems out of balance somehow. It's just like
It was 33 each year, not
each,
Yeah, it was each year.
but multiple
multiple years.
events.
And,
Yes.
and included street closures.
So in the past, council has approved fee waivers or reductions rather for recurring events. So the proposal for Depot Town Cruise Nights is effectively one closure fee per month. Depot Town Cruise Nights does not require an event staff to be there to do anything. So Great House, we have at least one event staff member who's first aid certified and knows all the inclement weather procedures, fun stuff like that. They are there to open the building, to close the building, and to answer questions during the event. Plus, the street closure doesn't use utilities. There are no restrooms to maintain. There are no lights to turn on and off. There is no Wi-Fi.
Answer your question.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so it's like whatever it's 8 hours, whatever times whatever the event, the freight house cost, which you broke down in the application fee, and then a deposit, which is refundable. Yeah. And it does look like it's 8 hours, like it's from 10 to 6, a time frame.
Although the event may be from 10 to 6, the use of the freight house extends beyond that because of setup time and tear down time traditionally.
I think that was including it.
Okay.
I think it was including the 10 to 6. Yeah.
I haven't actually looked at this application that closely. I'm looking at it with you. So.
Yeah. I'm just, yeah.
And that seems like the
So that would be
pricing
the 8
is
hours.
right, but the pricing here at $2,100 is only 6 hours. That's right.
I'm trying to find the notes in the original application in the system, and I'm not seeing it.
$350 an hour for 6 hours, that's $2,100. So if they need more, we need to clarify what that looks like.
And so I'm sorry, you're saying 3, I thought, for some reason, I thought it was lower. You're saying 350
That's what
is the resident
rate.
price?
350 is the reduced subsidized rate, yes.
Oh.
On weekends. During the week, it's cheaper.
So 8 hours, then we're adding $700 on top of that. It's $3,200.
Well, it's actually 32. 8 hours.
If you would like to amend it, you can amend it up to an 8-hour event.
So I would move to amend it up to an 8-hour event.
So moved by Councilmember King,
Support.
supported by Councilmember Simmons. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson, Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
No.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Councilmember King.
And just because I feel like I missed most of the conversation. So where are we at? So we don't sit in silence.
I mean, at this point, I think we just raise it to 8 hours to cover whatever the cost may be, and it's just going to be the decision about if you want to waive it or not.
So the only conversation I missed was the price being the price.
Right. There was no
Okay.
breakdown for what that number was, and so Bonnie was helping to break that down.
Okay, great.
So further discussion on the amended fee waiver request. All right, please call the roll.
On the amended resolution, Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Sure.
Amended motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows, you have 127, but it's 9:45.
Move to extend to 10:15.
Support.
Been moving to support. All in favor to extend to 10:15?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right. Continue. 127.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti is committed to protecting the public health, safety, and welfare of its residents, and whereas the city, along with the Ypsilanti Township, are members of the Ypsilanti Community Utilities Authority, relying on YCUA for essential water supply and wastewater treatment services critical to public health, environmental integrity, economic stability, and fire protection, and whereas YCUA is responsible for maintaining the capacity, reliability, and long-term sustainability of regional water supply and wastewater treatment services. And whereas the American Water Works Association has identified hyperscale data centers and similar facilities as high-impact customers that significantly increase water demands and strain infrastructure and operational costs. And whereas these facilities can consume up to 5 million gallons of water per day, generating substantial wastewater that requires advanced treatment. And whereas the state of Michigan has enacted tax incentives to encourage the development of such centers, potentially overwhelming local infrastructure. And whereas these tax incentives may lead to significant clustering of facilities in areas with available resources, including Ypsilanti. And whereas the city finds that these incentives adversely impact local tax revenues and do not adequately amount for the water and sewer capacity required by these facilities. And whereas the city is concerned about the pressure on YCUA to commit resources without thorough evaluations of capacity and environmental impact. And whereas the AWWA and the Water Environmental Federation have recommended that public utilities proactively engage in rigorous science-based planning and due diligence analysis before making service commitments affecting such facilities. And whereas thorough due diligence consistent with best practices promulgated by the AWWA and WEF are essential to ensure the sustainability of water and sewer services for all residents and businesses in Ypsilanti. And whereas the city has not received sufficient evidence to guarantee that YCUA's infrastructure can meet the demands of these facilities without adversely impacting service for existing customers. And whereas proceeding without comprehensive investigations poses unreasonable risk to water and sewer service availability, potentially resulting in regulatory violations and infrastructure degradation. And whereas toward the above ends, on April 22nd, 2026, the YCUA Board of Commissioners adopted resolution number 26-08 to implement a 12-month moratorium on the delivery, commitment, reservation, extension, or approval of water and sewer services for hyperscale data centers, mid-site data centers, artificial intelligence computing facilities, and high-performance computing centers pending completion of a comprehensive due diligence investigation. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Ypsilanti City Council supports YCUA's adoption of resolution number 26-08 to allow it to proactively conduct the comprehensive due diligence studies recommended by AWWA and WEF before making service commitments to the aforementioned types of centers. Be it further resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council believes that it is in the public's best interest that its studies required by the YCUA resolution number 2608 be conducted transparently, allowing for independent third-party reviews, and requests that YCUA provide regular updates to the Ypsilanti City Council and the public regarding the process of those studies and the conclusions reached. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be forwarded to relevant stakeholders, including the Township Supervisor, the Township Board of Trustees, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and other state representatives, and I so move.
Or
It's been moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons. I'm gonna ask you to talk about the resolution, but Councilmember Fellows.
I'm not sure if staff want to give background on this, but if you do, go for it.
Sure. So, and Councilmember Fellows reached out to Yucca and the township, trying to coordinate or strategize how to move forward from this point. It was brought up by the township council that the resolutions that council has already approved were not as strong as the ones approved by the township board and Yucca. Councilmember Fellows requested that the resolution be drafted, and it was supported by Mayor Brown. I then drafted the resolution, changing it so that it would be focused on city items, and then following that, it went, the city attorney had some issues with how it was presented at that point. The mayor asked to see what those changes would look like, and then this is the resolution that was a result of that.
And this was based on that, if you all recall, the end of that meeting when I brought this up originally and we didn't make any action on it because we had not had enough information around some of the reasons why there were changes to the resolution by our attorney before. So I think that was the night before Yucca actually voted on their own moratorium.
Mayor, there was that, and there was also during the meeting,
email we received.
as we sat,
Yes,
we
that-
received
correct.
communication from counsel for University of Michigan.
Right. Just naming that I brought this up originally, and then we got that email during the meeting that we didn't end up making any moves on it, and Yucca voted the next day for their moratorium, and so then led further down the line to where we are.
So back then, we were trying, or council was trying to be proactive on this subject. Yucca then acted.
Right.
And so now the subject matter of this is more appropriately reactive to what Yucca has now done.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, thank you to staff for like looking over and putting this resolution together. Yeah, I think that this council has showed a lot of interest in this issue, and so hearing the reply from the township attorney, I was at first like, oh, maybe he doesn't know how much we do support the action they took, but I took his points that in the spirit of collaboration and partnership, it would just be good to formally support the work and actions that Yucca has taken. And so, yeah, I'm glad to support that today. And I do want to mention that when I read it into the record, I did change the word appreciate to support, because I think the township attorney might say something about that.
His Honor Mayor Winters often has lots of things to say about what we do.
Yeah. All right. Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. So what was the board vote at Yucca?
it passed.
I know that.
Yeah, it passed. Yeah, we know it passed.
I think it was
breakdown.
One
I
of the
think it
board
was
was 5-0.
I think it was,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sure know that?
I mean, just looking it up.
About to find out.
While he's looking for that, further discussion or questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
So the board voted for this, and the last time that we had Luke here from the director of Yucca, he stated clearly that requests for services could not be discriminated on based on the type of business that it was. It was based on they get a request that able to fulfill it, they will do that. And so, and he also said at that time that the 5 million gallons per day was a typical industrial use. And so, you know, I put calls into Luke. He's out of town until later this week, and so I didn't get a response back. Next person in line deferred to Luke in terms of anything to do with data centers. So they wanted to be very clear that there was a single line. So it's interesting that, you know, there's a language in here that the city finds, and the city didn't find anything. I mean, we don't have the wherewithal to be able to do these things. City finds that these incentives adversely impact local tax revenues. I haven't seen any data on that from the city, but I'm leery of going down this road without input from the people who run Yucca, because the board can be political, and it has been political in the past, in which time they have ousted people from that. But so I want to be very, very cautious and very clear about what we do know and what we don't know, and I would really like to have input from their legal counsel and the director, because the township's legal counsel is one thing, but that doesn't, you know, if this is a Yucca board, he's got nothing to do with that, right? So Yucca's legal counsel, I would like to hear from them in terms of what this actually means. It does open legal liabilities for Yucca, which we will eventually be paying the price for because we pay for them, right? So that, and given the fact that, you know, this language shows up right now, right? I didn't see this yesterday when I looked at it, came in this afternoon. So I would propose that we put this off to another time until we can get that that input.
Wait, and I just want to clarify, because I may have missed what you said originally, but you didn't get the response from Luke today?
No, he's out of town.
Oh, he responded to the email this morning, and in the email he says that he supports us passing this.
Just what I heard too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he's in
I was like,
support
I
of the
feel like
city
there's-
passing a resolution that mirrors the one passed by YCUA.
Because I also feel like, and I was trying to look up, because I think in some of the news articles, I think he had commented as well in there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I left for work and did not see these emails.
Yeah, it came in early this morning though.
Yep,
so-
because I sent the email early this morning.
Yeah. He did say he was out of town though, but he did respond. So they're in support of this.
Let me see the letter from you.
Further conversation while Mayor Pro Tem is reading that. You said what?
So I was going to wait till he was done because I think he might have brought a point of adjusting the language. Where was it?
Yeah.
The eighth recital, just adjusting the language that the city doesn't find, but
Wait, I'm sorry, I gotta get, you said then the 8th.
Right.
Whereas.
So then would you want to strike that, or do you want to change it in some way?
sort of finds is concerned.
Oh,
needs more information regarding whether
yes. Needs to explore.
Yeah, that if these incentives, yeah. All right, I support correcting that. I support correcting that language for sure.
To which do you think?
I like that the city needs to explore if these incentives adverse, or
needs to explore whether these incentives
adversely impact local tax revenues and do not.
Yeah, it does.
Does that address your?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Again, sorry, I missed this
Good.
email. This was,
Just happen to see.
I accept that as a friendly.
Okay.
So, repeat it again. To
Eighth item, whereas the city needs to explore whether these incentives adversely impact, so you would be removing the words finds that in favor of needs to explore whether.
So, you good with that, friendly Councilmember Simmons?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that has been amended. Further discussion. All right. Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
The amended resolution passes
Thank you
unanimous.
very much. All right. Police Advisory Commission.
Yeah, so the next Police Advisory Commission meeting will be next Thursday here in Council Chambers at 7 p.m. Currently, we are looking for a second Ward 3 representative to, apply and come on board. But if we cannot find a Ward 3 representative, we are more than welcome to accept individuals from the other two wards. So if you have interest in being on the YPAC Commission, please get on the city's website and apply. I'll give you a call personally and we can discuss it from there. Thank you.
HRC.
On Thursday at 6 o'clock p.m., HRC will have a town hall regarding the citizens' complaint process and an opportunity to meet the HRC commissioners.
Parks and Arts.
I believe they met last night, but I don't have a report tonight.
Sustainability.
Yeah, so it was a great meeting. They had a presentation about efforts to save trees across Washtenaw County. And we also heard from Lisa Spitz on the 2030 district, where they were doing work to benchmark energy use of commercial buildings. We also learned, also part of the presentation was around Mia Miyawaki forests, which are using native trees and shrubs. So they're kind of like pocket parks kind of things, like pocket forest, yes, as it were. And so that this is something that's happening in like something in urban areas. So this is something that they were talking about. They had a report back from Earth Day that it was good in terms of bringing together community groups, but they did feel like, didn't get the word out early enough to the general public. So they definitely wanted, to do that more. So they were talking about how they would improve and change the process in Earth Day. Part of what they were trying to do was focus on students and working with the schools. So that was something that was a priority for this year. And then just to say that in our commission, we did have a youth commissioner. And so she's finishing up her term. She's moving on to bigger and brighter things. Or maybe I shouldn't say brighter, but she's doing some great things, and that she just wanted to pass on like just her, appreciation for the opportunity, and that she hopes that she isn't the last youth commissioner, because they were saying that she was the first one for the commission.
Thank you. HDC.
Couple of notable properties that were discussed last week at the meeting. 410 West Cross, it's a community center building that's tied to St. John's Church. They're putting a screening wall on a second-story rooftop patio. And 306 North River Street, that's Hyperion Coffee in the back, shade that would go over the porch.
Thank you. Planning Commission.
I was unable to attend and I haven't caught up with our city planner for that. And their next meeting is tomorrow, in which we will be in the next Water Street. So I will bring a report at the next June meeting for both of those.
Yeah.
They're scheduled to meet. We'll bring that forward at that time too. Nothing at this time.
Once.
Canceled meeting until June.
Into report. DDA meets this Thursday. Friendsworth Report.
Uh, again, a conflict with their meeting
our meetings, yeah.
last Wednesday.
All right, council proposed business, Council Member Tucson.
Yes, so just one thing. Continued report of concern about where Ferris Street and Ainsworth Circle meets Ainsworth Street, like the parking. The a couple reports of potential almost accidents, near misses, kinda. So I guess the request is to limit parking on that side street to open up the street so that traffic can go both ways without potential incident. That's about it.
All right, Councilmember King.
I just want to follow up real quick. I don't know, I remember, Bonnie, did we put a sign over there for no parking? I don't remember if that happened or not. Okay, a few weeks ago, I went to the presentation about regarding Ecorse Road, the partnership, I guess, between Ypsilanti Township and the city of Ypsilanti. It wasn't really a presentation, it was boards. You were able to ask questions. So I'm bringing it up here tonight because I would love for the city council to have a presentation so we can know more about that partnership and the details of it. The street light at Perry and Monroe is out. I want to remind people that the Water Street meeting is tomorrow at 7 o'clock at 300 Michigan Ave. Also, on May the 28th, on Thursday, it will be a citywide youth voter civic engagement that will be May the 28th at Park Ridge from 6 to 7:30. And it will be a dance party at the senior building on May the 22nd. That will be this Friday at 7 o'clock p.m. And that's at 1015 Congress. And also a card party on May the 29th from 3 to 7. If you want to sign up for either of those events, you can call 483-5014. Thank you.
Yes. A few people in the community have brought up the idea of having a celebration to commemorate the city allocation to fund a community responder program. So hoping to get that organized for sometime this summer and invite all of council and staff who would like to attend. No date yet. Speaking of dates, the next rights committee meeting is May 29th. I'm actually having trouble remembering the time for that. I did email out. I believe it's 2:30 p.m. in council chambers. Did want to shout out the Wet Meadow project, which is happening in Riverside Park. It is going to be native plants and different things in the south side of the park. You may have seen the wood chips there. It's a collaboration between the city of Ypsi with the Parks and Recs Commission and DPW, as well as the Huron River Watershed Council, the Mess House Project, maybe some others as well. But it's been a big volunteer effort, and it was cool to help them out the other week. And I look forward to seeing that progress with the city's partnership. I also want to mention that the Prospect Park DIY skate park is looking to do some improvements. I think they're seeking a grant, and if that comes in, then they're going to do some work there. And I just want to request that we get a timely report from Chief Anderson about the YPD's part of the siege incident in January, because people have been asking about it. Specifically, we want to know, like, what was the chain of command as far as the decision making goes. And specifically, the community wants to know, like, how much, what is the total amount of resources that were expended in that one incident? So that's all.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes. So, one, I wanted to see if there's support. So there's a person who applied for the Sustainability Commissioner
who applied for the Sustainability Commission as a non-resident commissioner, Laura Bowler or Bowler, that the commission has looked at and has determined that they think that that she would be able to bring something to the commission. So I just wanted to see if there's any support for adding that appointment, if folks remember seeing that come through.
Oh, I support. I haven't looked at the application yet.
But it'll be on just to add it to the agenda so that it can happen now, as because my emailing skills. Um, and then I also wanted to say um, I just wanted to name because I know I reached out to the city manager. I know one of the public commenters, Caduce, had mentioned that he had noticed that there was a posting that we were going to get a statement from the city manager about Cross Street because I do this thread. And so I did reach out and he said that the release of the statement has been delayed, which is good to know because I was looking all over for it. So maybe he can share more about that. But I just wanted to put that out there since I know that I was sharing that. So people can look for it because like I said, people are asking. I did want to say too, have folks actually bringing up, they've been noticing the signs that have been in the park around the private spacing and what's private space and to not use our parks for staging areas for ice. So people are naming that they're seeing that and that they're really excited to see it. It kind of gives a visual like that we're moving or listening. So I just wanted to bring that forward that people are excited about that and also that more businesses are putting up the signs. I did have one business ask where she could get the one. Is it on our website or somewhere? Okay, so I'll just, do you know what it's under?
It's in the council page.
Okay. So I'll try to get that to her. So, and then the last thing I wanted to bring up was actually another comment from another one of my ward residents from Janice. She was asking about the riverbank north of Forest Ave, bridge littered with litter, waste, and what can be done about it. I did share about the Shine group that this might be something that they might be working on cleaning up as it is an encampment area. But it was also interesting because actually she was also she was saying during World War II and the Depression that the city actually had created a public campground that was built and maintained in Waterworks Park for those living in tents and the homeless. And so I know this has been something we've brought up before. I know this is something that is coming up because of other issues as well was named during, again, the public comment. And I know that we had the planning commission to look into this in terms of what they could do around zoning, but and that wasn't that there wasn't option there. But I thought this was an interesting piece of our history and thinking, well, what was different then, in terms of having something as a public campground and temporary housing. And that obviously we did it before when there was a big need around this. I think so. I'm interested. I'm kind of like trying to figure out how to actually like put this forward because I know we've named it and then, but it does seem like that we have precedent for doing it. And it also seems that it's becoming more and more necessary that we actually identify a location that then can have the proper community outreach, the proper safety and public health services, and just a couple of different things that I think would improve things overall because we can't ignore it because it's happening and then it's creating harm in other ways because we're not being more intentional.
So what is it that would be helpful, or how can we move forward with trying to figure out what we might be able to do?
So that was in the 40s. So I'm uncertain what they did to do that, but other than creating an area in which we'd have to, again, there's a reason why the planning commission didn't want to do this. And there are already locations that are being used for this use, but I'd have to look at the minutes from the 40s to see what they.
Do they have minutes from the 40s? Okay, great. There might be some things, huh?
Probably in the basement.
Yeah. I'm interested, yeah, what they did, or it makes me wonder whether there's some other.
Meeting is done.
Well, yeah.
Oh, so they're-
All right. It's 10:15. Meeting is adjourned.
Oh, well, that. You didn't say that.
I